That's strangely close to Daniel Jones from the Giants. Daniel, is that you? Beat the Chiefs. Show me. If the Broncos and Russell Wilson can show me that they can beat the Chiefs, then I will start believing.
The crowd up. And so are this defense, and Kansas City won't snap the ball again. The Denver Broncos have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs.
David Montgomery on the Lions, former Bear, gonna make this his revenge game for sure. David Montgomery gets the touchdown that ices the game. No! And there's the flag. There's flags. There's flags. There's flags. There's flags. Snap. Hold. Kick.
Denver wins! Denver wins! Let's go!
They open. No!
What happened? Oh shit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second quarter of the Wildcard round between the Steelers and the Texans. Here we go. All right, so far, Steelers got a 3-point lead on the Texans, and the Texans are driving. DK Metcalf just had a horrendous drop on that last series. Bear with me. That'll do. Okay. Nick Chubb. You love to see it. You love to see Chubb. All right, let me get the semantics. Here we go. Here we go. Don't need to see my name. CJ Stroud hands it off, 2nd and 4, and he gets the corner. 20, staying. Oh, all the way past the 15. Woody Marks. We got Crafty live in 115 minutes. That's hilarious. This game will have put us all to sleep by then. Even funnier. What's going on, Crafty? And the one, the only. You know him. You love him. You maybe even more than love him. Daniel Berry Sports Highlight. And we can't forget Crafty. What? What's wrong with Crafty? Come on, let's do that again. Crafty. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Jeez. All right. 2nd and 3. It's a long drive for the Texans. We got a man down. It's Woody Marks. Woody Marks is down. And they were just talking about how Nick Chubb's not a high-volume guy. Well, he might need to be one. All right. I think this is the only playoff game that Monday Night Football has. The rest are Fox and CBS. And I think the same goes for Prime. So that's what adding the 7 seed did. I guess it gave ESPN and Prime the opportunity to take one of the football games. All right. Where's Little Lee? I mean, Little Lee's the one that is the big Steelers fan. Is he okay? Have you guys heard from him? Is he holding it together? Let's see, date. See, I just took a screenshot. Downloads. Recents. 806. Let's see. Let's try. All right. I don't know why. I just took a screenshot and I can't get it. Whatevs. Oh, shit. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the one, the only. Give it up for Little E.
Cheer the Steelers, black and the gold. Here we go. It's town of Pittsburgh's heart and soul. Here we go. The Steeler Nation has the best fans. We are from Pittsburgh, the 6-time Super Bowl champs. Here we go.
Here we go. Rolling out to his right, catching it, and touchdown Texans. All right, maybe we won't play that song for a little bit. Sorry. Cade Stover with the 6-yard reception. That's all right. Plenty of game left. Honestly, if DK Metcalf didn't drop that last ball, it would be 10-0. 10-7. We'll be fine. Come on, Steelers. Here we go. Come on, Steelers.
Here we go.
Enable live chat in the upper left so everyone can see each other's chat. No, I'm not doing that. Make me. I'm just kidding. Hold on. Jeez. Why is everyone yelling at me? It's weird. It's not giving me the option. Add item. It normally does give me the option to click it, but it's not doing that right now. Show resolution, audio, layouts, picture, group layouts. Let me come back in and see what happens. Crafty, you always ask me if I'm farting. I do not fart on stream. Trust me, if I fart, I will be like, "Oh, I just ripped one." And it's not. I'm not going to be a freaking weirdo about it and be all secretive. I'm going to put the mic up to my asshole and I'm going to rip it. All right, you'll know. There will be no secret toots. We're men. We don't secretly toot. We shit our pants. We make our own beef jerky. We go on hunting trips. We shit with the door open. Or with the camera up to our ass. Okay, why can't I... Why? I don't understand. I've always been able to turn on... I've always been able to turn that on, and it is not letting me. I'm not sure why. StreamYard is not allowing that option right now. Why did the enable live chat disappear from StreamYard comments? Usually mean the chat setting in the destination platform like YouTube or Facebook has changed. If the stream isn't public or it's for kids, it's not. Let's see. Edit. Public, yes. Public, yes. Yeah, I'm public everywhere. Or you're having a technical glitch with common fixes involving checking YouTube Studio settings, ensuring public privacy. YouTube Studio. Ooh, good dump off here. YouTube Studio. YouTube Studio. Here we go. Here we go. Go to YouTube Studio, ensuring public privacy. Let's see. Oh, damn. Rogers just had to throw it away. Pressure was coming. Ooh, a flag comes out. Oh, it's going to be intentional grounding. Why is enable live chat gone from the top of my comments? Was that the last Prime playoff game? Can I cancel my subscription? Yes. Yes, you can. Go to the comments tab. It looks like it's in the chat. You're already viewing it. At the top of the comments panel, look for a toggle called Show Comments on Stage. Are you an idiot? I just sent you a picture. I just sent you a picture showing you that that is not an option. It's not there. Okay. Thanks for sending the screenshot. Got it. I see exactly what you're describing in your comment panel. There's no visible toggle, enable live chat, show comments on stage, or anything similar. From the latest StreamYard help documentation, which appears early 2026, the feature is supposed to be there as a toggle called show comment. I know. That's why I'm asking. Since it's missing in your setup, here's the most likely reasons. No support destinations. The toggle only appears once you've connected at least one platform. Chat overlay shown in the comments is a paid plan feature. It's not available. I'm obviously not in the free plan because I'm streaming to 3 different simultaneously. It's a UI glitch. That's the only other one. StreamYard runs in browser, so occasional glitches happen, especially during sessions. Refresh the page. Control Command R. Let me try one last thing. Nope. Oh, well. Kyle doing the double hand job. Hell yeah. Love the intro. Did you just... Oh, I saw that already. One of your banners is dangling. Oh, not again. What? What? Did you just... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How do we feel, chat? Kyle is currently attempting to negotiate with the clanker. I do not understand why we're not using Connor Hayward on offense. Don't you only use him in short yardage situations? They are engaging in a mid-off. By the time Kyle figures this out, the divisional round will be starting. You know what? There's nothing I can do about it. All right? I'm just as upset as you guys. Actually, there's one last thing I can do. I can submit a trouble ticket. The ball's on the ground. He just threw it. How is that how is it? He threw it, though. It seems like a pass. It seemed like a pass to the floor. Is that intentional grounding? But they can't go back and call a flag. Did it get hit? No, it just got hit. Steelers ball. Steelers ball. Display comment, click on it. You can change it. Here we go. A pitch. Jeez. Gainwell. I mean, yeah, he's way bigger than the D lineman. Is the fuck is Stroud doing? He's engaging in the mid-off crafty. He's engaging in the mid-off. Stroud has been the Steelers MVP today. Look, this is a tough matchup for the Steelers. If they're going to win this game, they have to be able to score touchdowns off of turnovers. I know they're trying to run the football. They're trying to establish the running game. It's going to be hard to do, and that's all they do. They keep throwing it down to Kenneth Gainwell on the checkdowns. It's not there. What is that? Oh, it's done? Thank you. Love you. Is this the tea? Yeah. It's done? Wow. That was fast. Look, the way that the Texans fly to the ball, they should run that play and pump fake it and then have the receiver do a little stutter and then go and have Aaron throw it. Fake the check down. Bah! Touchdown. You guys want to jump our routes? We'll kill you. Good job, Rodgers. Gainwell, get there. Big decision time. Big decision time. Big decision. Jeez. 2 yards. I don't know. I think I might kick this field goal. I don't know, man. You kick the field goal here, make it a 1-score game. They got it. That is massive. That was massive. I mean, he almost didn't get it. I didn't think he was going to get it. That's a big, big first down. I mean, 2 yards is hard to get against this defense, man. And I felt like the Texans had the Steelers right where they wanted them. The Texans, look, part of the reason that their opponents score such few points is because situations like this, they go for it. Texans want you to go for it. Rodgers under center, handoff. Jalen Warren picks up 1. Is it really like impossible to run the football for more than a yard? They need to be more physical. Green 19. Aaron looking, throwing away. It's amazing. No matter how many times we watch this Texans defense, it seems like every time we watch them, we're like, man, this offense stinks. You know, I remember the Seahawks-Texans game. What was that, Monday night or Sunday night? And, man, the Texans, I think it was the Seahawks, they got like 21 points in the first quarter, and then they couldn't get a first down for like 3 quarters. I think a couple of those touchdowns came from Seattle's defense. But it was like, wow, Seattle's offense can't get a first down? It's crazy. Sack, Rodgers. Man, and I was telling Rick, because he was like, I was like, no, the Texans are the best defense. And he was like, I don't know, you know, I think, and I'm like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The closest defense is Denver, and nobody watches more Denver games than me. So there's no way that I would be saying this if it weren't true. That's why I want this. All right, so the Steelers are inevitably going to kick a field goal and make it a 1-point game. Fuck. Rodgers, I could see him. Look, and this has nothing to do with Rodgers. Like, this is just the defense. I mean, what do you want him to do? There's nobody open downfield. When he does throw it to an open target, they're immediately hit. And when Rodgers spends more than 3 seconds with the ball, he gets hit. So he's got 3 seconds to get rid of the ball. If he throws it to the easy check down, that goes for nothing. If he waits long enough for the receivers downfield to get open, he gets sacked. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Nobody's figured out how to really do it. Now, there's been games where teams have had, been able to score some points on the Texans, but that has more to do with the Texans having a bad day. Like, there's been moments, but when the Texans are at their best, nobody's been able to figure out how to score points on them. The mid-off must continue. A-Rod, INT coming. Nick, don't say that. Come on, Nick. Nick, come on, take it back. Nick, you take it back. Just wanted to let you guys know that you will be free of the heavy burdens you've been carrying. I'm telling you, Connor Hayward is the answer to that mystery right now. Mid-off is the law of the land. Damn it. All right. What if I told you this wasn't a mid-off? What if I told you that this was the greatest defense in the NFL, making offenses struggle? See, that's the thing. Whenever like the 49ers Bears game, and it's like every 4 plays somebody scored a touchdown, nobody calls that a mid-off. Everybody's like, oh, that game was super exciting. And it's like, that was like the worst defensive performance I've seen in 3 years. But whenever you got 2 teams that you can't even get a single yard on each other, we call that a mid-off. It's like, just weird, because 30 years ago, this is the type of football game that would be played in a conference championship. This is like when you get 2 of the best teams in the NFL, the result would be something like this. Nowadays, we call this mid. Now, I'll say this. Is it entertaining? Kind of. I mean, it depends what you like. It has its moments. It's entertaining because you have to earn your excitement. You know, whenever a big play happens, you're much more excited than, you know, those games where every play is a 20-yard play. So it's kind of like when you're listening to, you're in the dentist and there's a radio, an old radio from your dentist cleaning your teeth, and the radio's on, and then, you know, finally a song that you like comes on the radio. You're much more excited than you would be if you went on YouTube and searched that song and played it. But because you had no control over the situation and you heard so many crappy songs, and then this comes on, you're much more excited. I feel like that's a defensive battle, right? It's like hearing a song you like on the radio, but not your radio, somebody else's. Speaking of songs you like on the radio, the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Uh-oh, good hit, good hit. I feel like special teams is going to be key to victory in this game for the Steelers. They're going to have to do very good on the special team side. It's a mid-off because CJ Stroud's playing like postseason Justin Herbert. Honestly, as a Broncos fan, I know I'm coming off as super disagreeable today. I'm not trying to. I feel like I don't know like what Justin Herbert could have done yesterday. I mean, he was getting thrown around like a rag doll. That was the worst offensive line I've ever seen. And there was just nothing. His receivers couldn't get open. The play calls were horrendous. He never had a reliable check down in the area. The only time he took off and ran was because he was avoiding another sack. I think he still got sacked 5 times. The Steelers with a timeout here. Not entirely his fault, but if man narrative is sticking, if the shoe fits, I hear you. I hear you. Chicken, dumplings, really good. Cade Stover. Jeez. Texans in hurry-up mode now. Oh! You can see the Steelers trying to rip the ball out. Wow. Timeout. Is Mike Tomlin? You know what, though? I will say this. I like that Mike Tomlin's being aggressive. Now, calling the timeout on 3rd and 1, whatever. I think he's saying, like, look, it's 3rd and 1. If our defense can get a stop here, we get the ball back. I hate when I see coaches that are, like, afraid. There's 2 minutes left, and they're, like, afraid to be aggressive on offense and on defense. I wish it would have been 3rd and 3 if you're going to call that timeout. I probably would have waited for their 3rd down play and called my timeout. 3rd and 1, I mean, they're most likely picking it up. Unless I only had one timeout, then I'll just call it on 3rd and 1 with the off chance we get a miracle stop. So the Steelers would play the Patriots if they won. Now, how do the Steelers match up with the Patriots? I think the Steelers beat the Patriots, right? Week 3. 21-14. Funny enough, New England and Denver was both 1 and 2. New England and Denver were both 1 and 2 and finished with 14 wins. And Lil E, that's what I just pulled up. 14-21. Rodgers had 139 passing yards. Jaylen Warren had less than 50 rushing yards. Jaylen Warren had the most receiving yards with only 34. Oh, no. Oh, he dropped it. Incomplete. This is a weird game. The Steelers, last time they played the Patriots, Aaron Rodgers had 139 passing yards. So usually you would think, oh, they must have ran the shit out of the ball. Jaylen Warren only had 47 rushing yards. And then the leading receiver was Jaylen Warren. But he only had 34. You guys must have gotten a defensive touchdown here. There's no way you guys won this game without some kind of defensive touchdown. Or at least, like, turnovers. Let's see. Oh, yeah. New England fumbled the ball 4 times. Okay. Here's why the Steelers won. They went 3 for 3 in the red zone. And the Patriots had 5 turnovers to only 1 for the Steelers. I'm surprised it was only a 7-point win. 3rd and 5, Stroud throwing it. That's going to be caught. Why? Is that Patrick Queen? Come on. Like, you see the line to gain. Why are you a yard behind the yard to gain? Be on it. D'Amico Ryans, he's a defensive guy. He doesn't know how to use timeouts. Stroud looking to throw. He looks like he wants to run. Now throwing it. Wow. That would have been a touchdown. Hey, buddy. Come here. Come here. Come on. Incomplete. Peyton Wilson, man. He was one of the highest value picks a couple years ago out of NC State. Should have been a first-round pick. I think he ended up going like 33 or 34 in day 2. Insane value. Insane. And it was just like TJ Watt, where he had like an injury. So that's why he fell down the board. Stroud, pressure, gets rid of it. Caught by Schultz. Field goal. No, they're going to try to go for this. It's interesting because if they don't get it, the Steelers might have enough time to try a quick out route to maybe try a long kick of their own. No, they're just going to punt it. This is the thing. The Texans, offensively, the operation isn't smooth. And from the play calling, getting in and out of the huddle, time management, it's just, I mean, it looks like the AFC version of the Steelers. I guess Fairbarn just doesn't have a big leg. Strover throw. Did you see Rodgers' comment after the game? About what? Can you give me some more context? Rodgers' comments about I did actually watch the press. I just don't know what you're referring to. A-Rod Hail Mary, does he have one more in him? Oh my gosh. How fitting would that be? Imagine a Steelers-Bears Super Bowl with the Steelers victory on a Hail Mary on the final play. Have we ever seen a Super Bowl come down to a Hail Mary? Yes, the game after the Patriots. He said after that game they didn't enough. He said that they didn't do enough from what they were given. Absolutely. Yeah. But you know what? They're a better team. They're hitting their stride. It's early in the season. I don't care if you're Manning. You know, Manning's first year in Denver, the Broncos were 2-5. Well, they were facing 2-5. They were 2-4, and then it was Thursday Night Football. They were 2-4. They won week 1 against the Steelers. That was Manning's first game ever as a Bronco. Was 2012 week 1 Sunday Night Football against the Steelers, and we won, I want to say 24. I want to say like 24-17. Or maybe it was like a weird number, 18-24, something like that. But then I think we played the Texans after, and like we started losing games. So anyway, it's week 2 and 4, week 6. So it's week 7, and it's Thursday Night Football. And Denver, if they lose this Thursday night game, they would be 2-5. And it's halftime, and it's 24-0 Chargers. So it's like, oh my God, 24-0. We're 2-5. Like, this isn't going great. The Broncos came back and won that Chargers game and didn't lose another game in the regular season. Ended up clinching first round bye, having a home playoff game, hosted the Ravens, and that was the Hail Mary bullshit that the Ravens won in the final minute with the Hail Mary, and then they went on to win the Super Bowl. I'm convinced we would have won the Super Bowl that year, and Manning would have gone to 3 and 4 years, but Tom Brady, his first year with the Bucs get off to a rocky start, and then late in the season they kind of start clicking. Aaron Rodgers with the Steelers. Like, it takes time. It takes time to form relationships, quarterbacks to know what they're thinking. I felt like the Steelers hit their stride, though, at the perfect part of the year. I just don't know if like they're being creative enough for this game. You know, like I feel like the Steelers kind of went into this like, we're not going to be cute. We're just going to run the football, you know, typical Arthur Smith football. And it's like, no, that's not going to work. Like you need to go in your bag a little bit. Draw up some creativity. If you just think you're going to just run it down their throats, like you're not. They will burn Rodgers effing in Chicago. And I knew it. Yeah, I got you, Lily. I knew what you meant, buddy. I remember the vibes of Manning more so than Manning as our QB. He's like the first Broncos QB I can actually remember watching as a kid, though. Yeah, man, it was awesome. It was awesome. He's the first quarterback we had that I was like, this is awesome. Like, I mean, my first Broncos jersey was Brian Greasy. I remember me and my friend Alex we decided to be Bronco fans, and we both got a Brian Greasy jersey, number 14. And then after Brian Greasy, I remember my first real memories of watching an entire game would my first memory that I mean, obviously I was watching all the games, but I can't recall them. But the first one that I can remember watching is the Patriots Broncos game in the divisional round. We were 13-3, and it was Mike Anderson and Tatum Bell. We had two running backs that were both over 1,000 yards rushing or 1,000 yards all purpose. And I think Mike Anderson came from an Air Force academy, so he would score and do the mile high salute. And I remember how much fun that was. We had Ashley Lilly, who went to Hawaii. He used to celebrate by pretending he was surfing. We had John Lynch as our safety, Champ Bailey, the corner, the greatest corner ever, until Surtain, I think, will pass him. But, man, I remember so many players. I remember, what was our tight end's name? Or we had a middle linebacker that was I had his jersey. It was Williams. DJ Williams, number 55. DJ Williams. It's funny, I never know what happened to these guys after. When I became an adult, I started following players outside of Denver. But as a kid, it's when a player left Denver, I had no idea what happened to them or where they went. I just was oh, they're not on the team anymore. I didn't realize it until week 1 the next year. I remember this was his jersey because it had it had his name. It has his name on it, which is kind of weird. I had that exact jersey. And anyway, so the first game I remember was the divisional round of the Broncos in 2004. And we were 13-3. We had Mike Shanahan. We ran the football well. We ran the West Coast offense, the play action bootleg. And the first opponent that came into Denver was the Patriots and Tom Brady. And I remember everybody was Tom Brady's going to win. I remember my family had a bunch of people over, having drinks. The adults were having drinks. And I was so locked into this game. And I'll never forget how the place was going so crazy. And it was the first time the Broncos had hosted a home playoff game since John Elway won the Super Bowl in 1998. So it had been 7 years. So it's exactly what it's going to feel like on Saturday. The fans are going to be going crazy. So I remember the very first play of the game, there was the crowd going crazy. It might have been the second play of the game. And the play clock's going 3, 2, 1. And Tom Brady's clapping his hands and the ball doesn't get snapped. And John Lynch comes flying. He's looking at the play clock. And as soon as it hits 2, he's running, thinking they're either going to get a penalty or I'm going to time it perfect. But I'm not going to be offsides. So he runs. Tom Brady takes the ball and spikes it. And then John Lynch comes and grabs him, Tom Brady. And he's just so fired up. And I felt that's when I gained consciousness. I was wow, this is different than any Broncos game I've ever seen. And of course, that was the game where Champ Bailey, this is the first play that I remember. Right here.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 40.
Third and goal. Coming after Brady, gets it away, he's picked. He's picked in the end zone. It's Bailey. Bailey taken off, and he gets away from the one man who had a shot at him. Talk about a game changer. Bailey, is he in or not? Running it back 100 yards before Watson comes in at the last minute. He got away near midfield from Kevin Falk, and they're going to rule him down at the 1. Knocked out, ball knocked out at the 1. It was Ferguson who was putting pressure on Brady, and he got picked off by Bailey.
Tom Brady feels the pressure from the backside. He moves away from it. Very good coverage by Champ Bailey. Goes in front, and it is a foot race, and the Patriots never give up. Kevin Falk almost makes the tackle.
So anyway, that's like my first game that I remember, and that was 2005. And then it was like a year later, or maybe 2 years later, we drafted Jay Cutler. I remember that draft because we had a family friend. My dad was a golf pro, and the guy that worked with him, his brother was in the NFL. His brother was drafted by the Giants, and then he was traded to the Bengals. And then after he was Bengal, he was traded to the Texans. Now, he was with the Texans, and then he really established himself. There was even a year where he was like the wide receiver number 1 because Andre Johnson got hurt. But my favorite college player was Reggie Bush. That was like my favorite. I watched Reggie Bush all year, and I couldn't get enough the way he played. He was the most prolific college player I had ever seen. And he wore number 5. He had a visor. Like, he was just so cool to me. And I remember because I lived in Jacksonville, so every time the Texans played the Jaguars, I got to go to the game. I got to meet all the Texans. Like, I got to go behind the gate and like shake their hands and stuff. And I remember the Texans had the number 1 overall pick, and I was like watching the drafts, praying that Reggie Bush would get drafted to the Texans because then I would get to meet him. And the Texans drafted, with the first pick in the 2008 NFL draft, the Houston Texans select Mario Williams. And I was like, no! And Reggie Bush got drafted to the Saints with the number 2 pick. But then later, the Broncos drafted Jay Cutler. And then, of course, there was the Jay Cutler era. And then once Josh McDaniels came over, just destroyed the relationship with all of our best players, of course. But if Josh McDaniels hadn't destroyed everything, then we wouldn't have been in the situation we were in, because Jay Cutler was going to be our quarterback for 15 years. And he got so mad that he traded Jay Cutler for Kyle Orton. And Kyle Orton was our quarterback, but he was a bridge quarterback. And then we drafted Tebow in 2010. And then that was like a 1-year thing. And then Manning in 2012. And then the rest is history until we got stuck in 10 years of quarterback purgatory again without Bo Nix. But like, by the time Peyton Manning was a Bronco, I had already seen 4 or 5 other starting quarterbacks or 4 starting quarterbacks: Tebow, Kyle Orton, Brian Greasy, Jake Plummer. So 4 or 5. But it seems like you're Peyton Manning, how you kind of like don't really know. That's like what John Elway is for me, because I was born in '94. John Elway, his last season, I was 5 years old. So I don't remember seeing any games with John Elway, unfortunately. You had an 88 DT jersey. That's sick. You still have it. I was gonna say keep it. I remember Super Bowl 48, which is why I hate the Seahawks so much. I do too. I got plastered. I was in Miami, and that was a bad night. I just smoked a toke. Damn, it's been a hot ass minute. Hell yeah. Smoked a Black and Mild Jazz Wood Tip. Have you seen the Sweet? They have the Black and Mild Sweet now. I remember that first year after Brady retired, the league itself felt wrong. It's still kind of odd for people my age that he's not here. Dude, imagine people my age, my whole entire life, Tom Brady was in the league. Like, there was not any football that I watched that I can recall before Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. Like when I first started watching football, I remember Trent Green was the quarterback for the Chiefs. Phillip Rivers is like the first quarterback I remember for the Chargers. I don't remember Drew Brees being there. And then the Raiders have always, I think it was Rich Gannon was like the quarterback. But like Tom Brady and Peyton Manning were, the best. And yeah, I mean, the other player that like my childhood, I remember there was a book fair in my elementary school when I was like in 3rd grade. I don't know if you guys do book fairs still, but they did a book fair, and I remember getting like $10 from my parents for the book fair, and I didn't even buy a book. I bought my favorite basketball player's poster, LeBron James, and I used to watch like all of the Cavaliers games. I was the biggest LeBron James fan. Like, it was insane. He was just like so crazy. I never seen anything like it. And I was just telling Mary last night, I was like, it's crazy. Like when LeBron James retires from basketball, it's going to be like, I don't even know what that looks like. Like my entire life, I'm 31 years old, and I've never watched the NBA without, I saw Iverson with LeBron James. Like Iverson's been retired for like 20 years. Like that's crazy. I was 1 year. Whoa. You were 1 years old in 2005 when that game happened. Okay. I guess it's not that crazy. So we're just 10 years apart. So you're born in 2004. I was born in 1994. Yeah. So 2012 was 7 years later when Manning became there. So you were 7 years old when Manning was there. I was 17 years old. Wait, 2012, 6 plus 12, 18. Yeah. So I was 18 years old. 17, 18 years old. And 17, 18. So John Elway being in 1998, I was 4. So you were So you were a little bit older than me for Peyton Manning. So I feel like 2012 would have been 7 years later. So what was 7 years after my birth? That's like Brian Greasy. Yeah, like I don't remember any games from 2001. It really wasn't until I was 10 years old that I start remembering games. So that would have been 2015. So Super Bowl 50 is probably like the first year you remember watching football. I was 11 for Super Bowl 50, so I can remember watching that with my dad again. More vibes than the actual game. Dang. So like your whole life we've been bad. So this is your moment, man. This is like what 2000 and this is probably like what Peyton Manning was for me is what you're about to go through right now. Like Peyton Manning's first year, we were the 1 seed hosting a divisional game. That's what you're about to get. Big 3rd and 4 here if the Steelers can hold. Here we go. Stroud looking, stepping up. Yes! He picked it off. Get up. The Steelers are doing everything they need to do to win this game. They have taken the ball away 3 times. At some point, the Steelers are going to need to score touchdowns off of these, and nobody knows that more than Aaron Rodgers. Nobody knows that more than Aaron Rodgers. Why is it doing this? Here we go.
Where it began, I can't begin to knowing, but then I know it's growing strong. Wasn't the spring, and spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Touching hands.
Let's go, baby, Nick. I'm so pumped, dude. FBI needs to investigate Stroud. This one's for Little Lee. Good times never seem so good. So good, so good, so good.
The night, and it don't seem so lonely. We fill it up with only 2.
Used to do hearts.
And when I hurt, hurting runs off.
Yeah, that was the Chargers game.
How can I hurt when holding you?
I remember that one. Here we go. Handoff to Jalen Warren. Picks up 5. Nope, I actually forgot about that game, but I didn't forget about it. I have a game that it wasn't a 2-point conversion. Was it? No, it was No, it was, and he like fell to the ground, but he had a butt. I think he had a butt cheek down. He was like falling backwards, and he got like one cheek down in bounds. And Drew Lock was rolling to the right, and then like threw it to him. Now, the game that I'm gonna blow your mind with this. The game that I have as like it's like it wasn't a Super Bowl or a playoff, but it's just like a regular season game that you'll never forget, just like that one, right? That is like the type of game that it'll always make you like remember how you felt watching a game, just like pure adrenaline. I got it. Hard count. Hard count gets the Steelers. How do you have a false start at home? How does that happen at home? That's unacceptable. Okay, I got it. Next commercial break, I'm going to show you. Don't go anywhere, Nick. I got to show you this when we get to the commercial. Stroud needs to be starting for the XFL next year. You guys are brutal. Has not gone back to DK since that drop. 8 minutes to go. This was always going to be a 12-7. Here we go. Quick throw. Dude, what are you doing? Why isn't he blocking? You're supposed to pick him up. Look at the wide receiver. Why are you waiting for him? Why is he waiting for him? You're twice his size. You're supposed to go freaking hit him. The Steelers receivers are like waiting for the defenders to come to them instead of going downfield and blocking. It's exactly. There we go. It's amazing what happens when you throw the football. Zero third down conversions in first half of playoff game for the first time since 1989. I'm surprised that's happened before. Here we go. 3rd and 9. Caught. First down. That was a big one. Stroud is the future Steelers quarterback. Hey, buddy. Come on. Good boy. I love you. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Here's your bone. Here we go. 1st and 10. Rodgers hands it off. Gainwell trying to reverse. You can't reverse field out here, dude. You got to go north and south. Here's a guy. Do you think the Steelers fans had to get permission to be off of work tomorrow? The Mike Tomlin special. 2nd and 12. Still need to get like 2 more first downs for a realistic field goal. Come on. I don't know what Rodgers said, but the broadcast just had to go mute to block out. Here we go. 3rd and 12. Rodgers going deep. How is there no flag on that? How is that not a flag? He just pushed him. What the heck? That's not. 55-yard punt. They need to start pushing the ball down the field more because they need to start. They need to start pushing the ball down the field more because this like screen game and the running shit, it's not working. They need to start attacking that second layer of the defense. Here we go. Here we go. Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl. Okay, Nick. This is what I was going to show you. That's where he has to throw a deep ball to DK right in front of DK. I still think that should have been a call. Calling it this game ends 6-7. So this is right here. This is like my version of KJ Hamler's 2-point conversion. All right.
Ball outside the 1, 2nd and goal. Cutler throws, and it throws it out of his hand. Is it a fumble?
No,
if it
incomplete.
is, no, we're going to call it incomplete. Tim Dobbins of the Chargers picked it up and ran it out of bounds. What a freak play that was.
My main question is that the empty hand?
Well, let's look at it here. We have this luxury. Oh, his arm hadn't gone forward.
See, he was coming back when that ball came out, and his hand was empty when it came forward. That's what I mean by the empty hand. I think that ball slides out before. See, arm goes back, ball comes out. That's a fumble.
Oh, there's an earlier call in the game where the technical device for review was not functioning, and the play was not overturned that should have been, that gave Denver the ball on a Champ Bailey steal when it was revealed when we saw the replay, quite obviously, that Chris Chambers was down before Bailey took the ball away from him.
See, remember that the hand has to be going forward for it to be, and that ball in it for it to be a forward pass, Dick.
That would
time after time after time, you hear the official talk about the empty hand, and that hand there was about as empty as it's going to get when it started coming forward. He reared back to throw it, and as soon as the rear back starts, the ball goes south.
How does that? Well, it was slipping out of his hands before he even brought it up.
Absolutely, that was a fumble.
Well, it's being reviewed now, and what a freakish play that would be.
The ball will be placed at the 10-yard line. There's 1:14 on the clock. The ruling on the field stands. It's 3rd down.
Well, what's the ruling? That it's a fumble? How can it be at the 10-yard line? The ball's at the 2-yard line, was the line of scrimmage, or inside the 2. Cutler has the ball drop out of his hand. Can't be an incomplete pass, so the ball will be back at the 2. He said it's going to be placed at the 10. But the fumble, if it was a fumble, was recovered by San Diego.
The play should have been ruled a fumble. By rule, the ball was dead when it hits the ground because the whistle was blown. Therefore, it's Denver's ball at the 10-yard line, which is the spot that the ball hit the ground. Third down.
So Hockley actually has made an error here.
Correct. Listen for the whistle. Right there. Ed Hockley, the referee, is behind Jay Cutler. He rules it an incomplete pass. And as soon as that whistle blows, the ball hits, it's ruled an incomplete.
Boy, if you're Norv Turner and don't win this game, you've got to go home and you got to take all sharp instruments away. That would be the second call that would border on being ridiculously tough against you. The one in the first quarter on the very second play of the game by San Diego, because there was no technical equipment available for the replay that would have kept the ball in San Diego's hands instead of giving it to Denver inside the 30. And now this call.
So Ed Hockley says that it should have been ruled a fumble, but the whistle was blown
by him.
The spot where the ball landed was the 10-yard line. This is the earlier play. Chris Chambers comes in. Champ Bailey's on him. Catches, elbow down, then ball comes out. It was ruled a fumble. Replay was down and could not overturn it.
Yeah, the technical device wasn't available for the review. So here's Cutler on third down and the draw play.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
Okay, let's.
So because of that, because of the penalty, they decided that the right thing to do in this situation, I think I got it right. Here it is.
Play a little defense here, and it really doesn't matter.
Surprise, though. 3rd and 10, 3rd and goal at the 10, you try a draw play. So now here it is. Overtime if he scores, San Diego win if he doesn't. Cutler to the end zone. There it is. Overtime. Eddie Royal, the brilliant rookie from Virginia Tech. Oh, look at... is Shanahan saying go for 2 here?
Looks like
they're
going
to go for the win.
2.
Oh, why? Shanahan isn't playing for the tie in overtime at home. At home, usually that's the call. He says, let's go for the win. He's got a play in his pocket.
Eddie Royal had one of the better days for a young receiver.
Let's go for the win
in this game anyway. Boy, percentages sure say you kick this and go to overtime.
Well, that's what 9 times out of 10, 99 out of 100, you play for the overtime at home. This is for the possible victory. The throw is there. The Broncos win. Eddie Royal. Oh, wait, 24 seconds. Excuse me, 24 to go. We don't have a game clock up here. It's hidden from us. 24 seconds left.
That is absolutely incredible, Dick.
Jay Cutler, 36 for 50, 350 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 1 pick. Anyway, that is my version of the game that you were saying with the KJ Hamler where I'll never forget. That was 2008. So I was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I was 14 years old. It's deeply jarring seeing. That's crazy. Yeah, I guess if you only remember him as a Bear. That was something. Man, I remember one time the Raiders kicked the game-winning field goal, but Shanahan iced the kicker. And I remember going upstairs and my mom calling, Kyle, it doesn't matter. He called a timeout. Yes, he caught it. And I'm like, what? And I already was going upstairs to give up on my life. And she's like, come back. And I see Shanahan called timeout, so the Raider comes out, re-kicks it, misses it. Broncos win. These are like a couple of those moments that just like stick out to me. And of course, the Giants game from this year will be one of those games forever. Here we go. It looks like the Steelers are starting to attack the secondary. They're done with the stupid screens. Fakes the handoff, looking, check down, nothing there. The Bills did that when we had Russ. The Bills did that to, yeah, but it had the opposite effect because we missed it. And then we made the second one. I remember I was streaming that game with Rick. Were you watching that game with us? Here we go. Incomplete. 3rd and 11 now. Here we go, 3rd and 11. 2 minutes, 10 seconds left in the third quarter. And that one quarter in one of these seasons is over. Rodgers, ball's out. Steelers get back on it. It's crazy, man. It's a crazy game. And that mouth guard's so weird, it looks like lips. Oh, man, the Steelers had DK. Wow. 57-yard punt, probably like a 12-yard return. This is how this game was always going to go. I mean, the over-under for this game was at 38.5 points. What's it at now? 20? You know what? I'll say this. I expected this from the Texans defense, but I got to give a lot of credit to the Steelers defense. Man, like I said, there was a 4-game stretch of this season where if you took the amount of passing yards the Steelers gave up in those 4 games, they were 32nd in the NFL. And like I said, I expected this from the Texans. The Steelers, the type of defense that they're playing tonight, I'm super impressed. Super impressed.
Cheer the Steelers, black and the gold. Here we go. This town of Pittsburgh's heart and soul. Here we go. The Steeler Nation has the best fans. We are from Pittsburgh, the 6-time Super Bowl champ. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Sorry, I missed these. That's another Broncos moment. That and Bo Nix finally ending that losing streak to the Raiders of all teams. I don't even consider that a moment. I just consider that a nightmare that I can't remember. Yeah, that I didn't even have any joy from that. It was like, yeah, we're supposed to beat the Raiders, and I can't feel good for doing something that we're supposed to do. It's like setting my own house on fire and then wanting a pat on the back for taking the fire out. Yeah, but I put the fire out. Yeah, you also said it. So I could live with losing to the Chiefs repeatedly, but straight up the Raiders losing streak was unbearable because they've been ass, man. Yeah, and they're still ass. They always will be. Quick throw, incomplete. Ooh, Collins is down. I think he had a head injury. Didn't it look like his body was really tense? Look at his body kind of tensing up there. Did you guys see that? Well, that helps the Steelers. Another miss on the snap. Wow. Here's CJ, or I'm sorry. This is the way Nico Collins looked. Stroud trying, throwing, caught. Christian Kirk. Come on. Kirk now has 107 yards. Kind of a weird moment, man. Look, I don't know what's going to happen with this game, but just the thought that I've seen Aaron Rodgers my entire life, pretty much. I grew up with Brett Favre, but it wasn't that. I mean, I was at Brett Favre's last game as a Green Bay Packer. I was there at Lambeau Field against the New York Giants in the NFC Championship game. It was like negative 20 degrees. And then the next year, Aaron Rodgers took over, and Aaron's been in the NFL since. And there's a real chance right now that we're about to watch the last quarter of football we'll ever see from Aaron Rodgers. One quarter. It's insane. This could be the last quarter we ever see from Aaron Rodgers. So Let's enjoy this together, and let's hope that the Steelers pull it out. Here we go.
Steelers, here we go. Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl. Here we go. Russell Wilson is ready to win. Here we go. With Pickens, Freiermuth, and Jalen Warren. Here we go. We'll go to Najee when we need a touchdown. And if you get in his way, he's gonna knock you around. Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go. Steelers, here we go. Pittsburgh going to the Super Bowl. Here we
Now
go.
the offense is ready to score.
That pass to
And
Adam,
there's one thing we know for
he had
sure.
DK wide
If we
open,
don't get it
or in front
in the
type
end
pass.
zone,
That would have been a touchdown.
get 3 points off a
Thing.
Boswell.
Well, he tried to get it to DK on the last drive, and he got
Here we go.
strip sacked by Daniil Hunter.
Here we go.
You can't even call this a defensive match sloppy offense. Final breath beat on Ben. Well, you know, sloppy offense is usually, I mean, yeah, there's been like some plays here that have been sloppy, not because of the defense. I'll give you that. But usually elite defenses force sloppy offense. They get in their head. Now they're rushing the snap. Nobody's in a rhythm, right? The defense is good. It prevents the offense from getting in a rhythm, which creates mistakes. And here we go. 1st and 20. The Texans are not in field goal range yet. Come on. Here we go. Running it. Too many yards for a run. Nico Collins is being carted off the field. Wow. Quick throw. Christian Kirk. All right. Well, that's going to make a big difference for Nico Collins and I guess for CJ Stroud in this offense. They're going to have to do it without Nico Collins. Here we go. Steelers need to get a sack here. Ball snap. Taking a throw. Incomplete. No flag. Wow. That was huge. Ooh, I thought that it might get called. Man, the postseason refs, they've been doing a good job of not calling everything. Field goal's good. All right. Coming up, Aaron Rodgers in what might be the last quarter of his career. Third down, they just kind of took a shot downfield, and Joey Porter Jr., who's been doing a really good job tonight, there on the coverage. Here we go. Steelers. Here we go. Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl. Here we go. Na, na, na. Na, 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 na. Here we go.
Fitzpatrick, Elliott, and Joey Jr. The other team won't gain any ground because the defense is going to bring the steel curtain down. Here we go. Here we go. Steelers. Here we go. Pittsburgh's gone to the Super Bowl. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Steelers.
Here we go. Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl. Here we go.
Yeah, you know what it is. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Yeah, you know what it is. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Yeah, you know what it is. Everything I do, yeah, I do it big. Yeah, screaming that's when I pulled off the lot, that's I get right in my town. When you see me, you know everything. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. I put it down from the whip to my diamonds are in black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
I'll tell you what, Aaron Rodgers is going to be sore after this one. Come on, Rodgers. God, I want you to have a good quarter right here. Here we go. Taking this one out to the 30. Here we go. Winner plays Patriots. Aaron Rodgers hands it off. There's Gainwell, 10 yards, picks up 13. Here we go. That was the longest run of the night. Rodgers in shotgun, standing on his own 40. Looking, taking a shot downfield. He caught it. They're saying he caught it. They're saying he dropped it. Did the ball hit the ground? Clearly hits the ground, and then you put a fucking M&M. Did the ball move? I don't know if the ball moved. Just because it hit the ground. Who cares? Oh my gosh. Stop running that. There's nothing there. Why can't... What is up with this offensive line? They can't block anybody? Hold your man. Yeah, I would just stop running it. I'm not even kidding. I would just go to throwing it only. Rodgers is hurt. What just happened? Why did everybody just stand there? The offensive linemen, they stand there instead of block, then the quarterback gets sacked and they still just stand there? They don't even chase him. This offensive line fucking sucks. Stop running the fucking football. Look at the fucking center just get pushed over like nothing. Why did he just push Gainwell at the end of that tackle? Here we go. 1st and 10. Rodgers in shotgun. Looking. Going deep downfield. He's got one arm. Thank you. Thank you. Why is Will Anderson and Daniel Hunter on the sideline? Jeez. Alshire. Isn't that the guy? Yep, free play. Look at that. They didn't even call. There we go. This is how they should be playing anyway. Here you go. He got tripped. Was that not tripping? I don't understand. How is that not tripping? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, okay. So he tripped over himself, if that makes sense. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the one man that is still alive in the postseason when there is only 8 teams left to go, 4 in each conference. 2nd and 13. Aaron Rodgers looking, rolling out to the bottom of the screen, throwing. Incomplete. DK Metcalf. We haven't seen any flags. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the one, the only. You know him. You love him. Rick.
In West Khalifa. See on the West Coast, I'm the big chief.
I love that I came in on an Aaron Rodgers incomplete pass.
Dude, I was just saying, I'm like, this may be the last quarter I ever see.
That's true. Yep. Oh,
I'm seeing 3rd and 13 now. And empty backfield. Green 18 to hut. Aaron looking, firing, tipped. And decision time.
Let me know when the play clock gets to 35 seconds and you see the
35.
There we go.
I just don't understand why the Steelers offense can't just hold a little bit.
Dude, they suck. I told you, this is the Steelers team in the playoffs every single year under Mike Tomlin. It's something about the playoffs. They cannot get over the hump. They can't.
It's also like every time I watch a Texans game, the other team can't do anything.
Every time there's a Texans game, the over-under shouldn't be more than 30.5.
It's so frustrating because it's like, stop running the ball. I mean, is it acceptable to just go into the huddle, and just say, hey, I know that like there's like, all these things we're supposed to do, like establish the run, don't give up on the run, because if we do, we'll be one-dimensional. I honestly think they would have more luck being one-dimensional than pretending that they can get the run game going and throwing away one of their 2 downs.
I couldn't agree more. Their running backs are what's his name? Warren and Gainwell. You got DK Metcalf. You see Freiermuth catching a contested pass in double coverage and just putting his freaking big old bear claws on it and catching that and bringing it down. I agree, man. Like, yeah, sure, the defensive ends can probably pin their ears back, but hey, why not put Gainwell or Jalen Warren back there as an extra blocker to help and let Aaron Rodgers sling it? Because like you said, this may be the last quarter of football Aaron Rodgers plays. So why not let him sling it? Why not let him do what he's been doing all of his career and let him sling it? And if you lose on his arm, then guess what? It's better than trying to I don't know, do whatever they've been doing to only muster 6 points, honestly.
Yeah. And man, I really wanted the Steelers to win this game because I just do not want to play the Texans.
Well, you guys are playing the Bills, no?
No, I mean after the Patriots game, if we beat the Bills.
Gotcha.
Like I think I don't know if the Steelers could beat the Patriots. I like the matchup more than this one. I think the Texans were maybe the best team in the AFC just because of their defense. Like it reminds me a lot of like Russ's second year when they had that defensive Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And they went against that historic offense Denver had, and we scored like 8 points.
Oh yeah.
And it was just like we couldn't do anything. And I just don't think people want to play this defense. It is insane.
Yeah, it's a very dominant defense, and I just it sucks because like you can absolutely ride a defense like the Texans to a Super Bowl, but man, you're just like, why can't we get the offense right? Why can't CJ Stroud be rookie year? Why can't the offense be rookie year CJ Stroud type of offense? You know what I mean?
Offensive line not good enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Nico Collins exited the game with a concussion. So they should be better than they are. That is a fact.
I mean, they should.
And it's a shame because here's 2nd and 8, quick throw. That's going to be a first down.
Wow.
It's a shame because the Steelers defense has been doing more than enough to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
The only touchdown that has been scored is, there's one other, but it was a defensive touchdown, a strip sack on Rodgers, returned for a touchdown. Otherwise, it was 10-6, and the Steelers have, I think, 4 or 3 turnovers they forced.
Oh, really?
So, like, the Steelers got to turn those into points.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Here's 1st and 10. They're going to hand it off, and the Steelers are holding them kind of. I mean, the Texans are in run the clock mode here.
Mm-hmm. They want to get out of this.
Yeah, they need to get the ball back, and they need a quick score. And I think field position's huge. Like, they need to get them to punt the ball from right around where they're standing right now.
So I wonder, because Nico Collins is in that concussion or has a concussion, would he be available for next week? I know it's the
I don't
playoff.
think so.
He wouldn't, right? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so, especially with how bad it was. He was looking around, lost. Here's a handoff. 2nd and 8, and that's going to be Chubb, and it's going to be 3rd and 4. Yeah, he was looking around, had to be redirected. He actually was carted to the locker room for concussion. So,
wow.
I actually saw his body kind of like tensing a little bit.
There's a big 3rd down here for the Steelers.
Yeah, this is a must stop here.
Mm-hmm.
Defense has kind of stood up to the task all day. Here's 3rd and 4, shotgun CJ. The Steelers bringing pressure up the middle. Stroud gets it caught, and he's going 50, 40, still on his feet to the 35-yard line of the Steelers.
Wow. Who is that? Number 13? Christian Kirk, once the wide receiver who reset the wide receiver market with the.
I think he has 150 yards tonight.
Wow. I mean, good for him finding his kind of home here in Houston, but I think a lot of that has to do, obviously, with Nico being out because of that concussion. But man, he took that little flat route and went 30 yards.
Yeah, that's the danger of, blitzing that many people, is if you get the ball out and no one's behind him, he's going to go. And here's a run for 2. Yeah, well, actually, that was Christian Kirk's first completion since Nico went out.
Oh, okay. So even before that, he was still producing.
Yeah.
Nice.
But you could make a real argument that the Jaguars, the last couple years haven't really been a functional offense.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think he signed that deal maybe Trevor Lawrence's second season, maybe even before Trevor Lawrence. I forget exactly when he signed that deal, but
that sounds about right. Like year 2.
Yeah. And it was like you're saying, like the Jaguars are just not a good team.
Here's another run, and this time they're going to pick up 3, 4, maybe 5. This is the part where the defense for the Steelers has kind of done what they can do, and now they're just tired.
Yeah, I was going to say about this Texans team, it kind of reminds me of the 18 Bears, where the defense was absolutely dominant, and then the offense was just like, okay, let's try to go out there and have a good game, Mitch. You know what I mean? So it's like the offense was just not a top tier level offense, and they were riding the defense, and it seems like that's what the Texans are doing. But They got some guys producing on the other side.
If they can get a stop here, it's not over. Here's a handoff. And
wow. Just wide open.
Oh, flag.
Holding.
This is huge. This is a huge penalty. Oh, it's on the Steelers.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, this sucks. Aaron Rodgers' last quarter in the NFL, and he's ran like 3 plays.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I know what it's like to somewhat limp into the playoffs like the Steelers are. I mean, they finished it with a win against the Ravens, which was huge for them, but it's just it's a big nothing. I knew the Steelers were going to lose this game against the Texans defense.
Yeah,
nothing.
To be fair to the Steelers, like I was saying, how Manning, Brady, and Aaron, like they played their best ball at the end of the year with their teams, and I felt like the Steelers win against Detroit on the road, I think week 15, and then the win they got against the Ravens. It's like really Kenneth Gainwell was the X factor. Like they started using Kenneth Gainwell as a receiver, and he was having like 7 to 8 catches per game for the last 4 or 5 games. And once Rodgers and Kenneth Gainwell started getting like involved in the passing game, the Steelers, it just like opened everything up. And I felt like the Texans came into this game like, hey, we're not going to let him do that.
Yeah.
And the Steelers haven't really had any, it's not even that they can't like get the ball to other players. It's like Rodgers gets the ball snap and he has to get rid of the ball in 3 seconds or he's getting sacked.
Just no rhythm. They're not able to get any rhythm.
Yeah, and then in 3 seconds, the only person open is the check down. But the Texans are so good at tackling that the check down usually is a loss of 2 or back to the line of scrimmage. And if he holds it, because 3 seconds, your receiver hasn't even broken on his route. Yeah. So he either takes a sack or he throws a check down. And that's just like...
That's a false start.
It's just not good enough. Like you need your offensive line to give him at least 4 seconds.
Yeah, and he just, I don't know, like DK, solid receiver. It just doesn't seem ever since he got to the Steelers, he has that pop anymore.
He had a big drop too.
Yeah, it seems like DK, AJ Brown, like these are guys that just seem to, at least this season, just are like folding in a sense in big games or just maybe recency bias. I'm feeling that, but it's like these guys who have like the biggest attitudes fold in the biggest moments.
Yeah, that's true. Handoff here, and that's a touchdown.
That's game, boys and girls. I think it was game either way, but
I mean, they got the ball with almost 9 minutes.
Yeah. They took off 6 minutes of clock there.
I don't think Rodgers is going to retire. I think he's going to come back for one more year. I mean, I'll just
with the
say
Steelers?
The game that with the Steelers, the game that I saw against was the Ravens last week was the best I've seen Rodgers look in 3 years. And I mean, I saw him like attacking the middle of the field. He was beating the pressure, beating the blitz. He was like mentally, he's still very sharp. Like he's getting the ball out. Oh, you're bringing an extra guy from this side. He knows, okay, I got a guy open on this. Like he doesn't strike me as like, I know guys like to get out before they look like Manning in 2015. But
Crafty,
I think he might, just because it's kind of like, I feel like it just started clicking. I don't know if he would just like retire. I think he might do one more. And that's like, the Achilles thing. And then I don't know. Like, it'll be. I think it'll at least be something he thinks about. Where in the beginning of the year, I thought there's no way he plays another year.
I think that's wishful thinking. If I'm being honest with you, brother, I think it is wishful thinking for Aaron Rodgers. I could see why he would want to come back another year, especially after this performance in the playoffs. Like, I feel like he doesn't want to go out like that, which is totally fair for a guy of his caliber, the type of career he's had. I just don't know how what's the word I'm looking for? How productive he could be as a quarterback.
Somewhere that, like, how about this? Maybe he doesn't come back like you're saying, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But what if what happened to the Chiefs this year with Mahomes?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what if he like filled in for something like Joe Flacco, kind of like,
or even like Phillip Rivers?
Yeah, like what if he because I think he still had been a better option than Phillip Rivers, because he didn't spend 5 years away from the game.
Yeah,
but he has been clear, like, when I retire, like, you're not going to see me around. Like, I'm not going to be like
hanging around.
Yeah, like
analyst, coach.
Right. He's going to probably do like ayahuasca in the jungle,
Yeah, that's what Aaron Rodgers is going to do. He's going to be like, you know what? I'm tired of getting hit. I'm actually tired of the cold.
Jeez.
Like what is that? You know what I mean? Like,
what is it?
And they're just booing him. Yeah, that's what happens with these Mike Tomlin Steelers teams. It's the same team every year, dude. It is the same team every year. They go to the playoffs on a just above 500 record or a 500 record. And
this is pretty on brand.
Yeah, and they play the game and it looks like shit every single time. It looks this bad every year.
First playoff game that Rodgers has lost that I'm like, don't think it's his fault. I mean, usually I was just telling somebody that was like, Rodgers is one of the most clutch playoff quarterbacks. I'm like, I don't think so. I'm like, his numbers are up there with, a lot of the greats, like touchdown passes and stuff like that in the postseason, but he hasn't played his best ball in the postseason throughout his career. And
no.
That's just a fact. And I think also people underestimate how hard it is to win a Super Bowl, especially in Green Bay, where the owners refuse to spend big money on free agents or draft help,
Yeah.
And
intercepted.
Just throwing it.
Yep.
I mean, I feel like that was
Wow. Just pouring it on.
Yeah, he's coming back. He's not going out like that. That can't be.
If I'm being honest, like, if he were to be a backup QB somewhere to help a young quarterback on the come up, like maybe the Titans for Cam Ward, I don't know, something like that.
He wouldn't be a backup though. He would. I don't think he would do that.
Then I don't know where he's gonna go.
Think about it.
A 43-year-old quarterback.
There's like 10 teams. Okay, he's not 43.
How old is he? 42?
40.
No, he's 42, 43.
41.
Aaron Rodgers.
No, don't look it up.
Age 42 years.
Don't even look it up, dude.
He just turned 42 in December. Dude, just trust me, bro.
He won't be 43 until December of next year.
Yeah, basically the end of the season next year. So, yeah.
These are all semantics. All I was trying to say, though, is like his age. I'm not really thinking about the age thing. Obviously, if anybody's interested in Rodgers, it's a 1-year thing. It's not like a 4-year, contract.
Right.
It's like, hey, we weren't able to get a quarterback in the draft, and we don't like any of the free agents. The ones that we do like, they want to be overpaid. So we're kind of in limbo, and we also feel like we have a decent team. So like, is there a spot for him on a team like that? Because there's a lot of teams that need a quarterback. And I think I could see him being a Dolphin. Like, that to me makes sense. Like, I could see
I could see him being a Jet.
but I don't know if because the Dolphins have a lot of talent on the team. They really do. Like,
how about next year, this offseason, Aaron Rodgers is a Las Vegas Raider?
He wouldn't do it. Well, Tom Brady might.
I could see it. But
the Raiders are going to draft the
Mendoza.
Yeah, with the number 1 pick, or the guy from Oregon. So it's got to be a team that needs a quarterback that's not drafting in the top 5.
The Cardinals.
Wait 1 second. The sideline reporter. For him, it feels like this is the end.
Yep.
It's been a really fun year. I just wanted to go on a run and make the playoffs. That did happen.
Mm-hmm.
I feel really
that
good about
stadium
what
is
happened
empty.
this year.
That stadium
This feels like the end.
Empty. Wow.
I mean, it's like what you said yesterday. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you can't be an addict when it comes to this stuff. Like, you go into the season going, man, those 2 years with the Jets were the worst years of my life.
Yeah.
And you're like, I just want to have fun. I just want to play in a meaningful game in January.
God,
and
dude.
then you do it, and
Mhm.
I think you have to keep the perspective of, like, that was your goal. Like, you did what you wanted to do. Like, you played a meaning. But as you get to these points of the season, the expectations continue to want more, and that's why I said you can't be like an addict. You got to know when to walk away from the table, and I don't know. It's just, I don't feel like I feel like the Steelers offense just really let them down today. Like, the O-line specifically.
Mhm.
And Arthur Smith is just such a bad play caller, dude.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%.
Like, they didn't go in their bag for nothing. And I think, like, they were like, we're just gonna line up and we're gonna pound the ball and it's gonna be a violent game. And it's like, you're gonna try to out-violent the most violent team in the NFL. Like, that's your plan? Like, no. Like, if you're playing the Texans, you need to have tricks and shit. Like, you gotta try to trick them. Like, that's how you beat them. You're not gonna beat them at what they do. Like, it's just, like, so dumb and, like, just kind of naive to think that would ever work. Like, yeah, you're just gonna go in there and just out tough them. Like,
and that's why,
you don't
like,
have Adrian Peterson on your team. What are you talking about?
That's why I wanted the Ravens to win that Week 18 game. I feel like we would have seen a better game here tonight had the Ravens won. I don't think there was anything
They've
that
sucked all
offense
year,
could
though.
do. But I don't think there's. I mean,
They couldn't even beat the Steelers.
Yeah,
you know?
but the Steelers had one game over the Ravens this year, or two. I think the Ravens ended up.
That
8-9.
was a playoff game, is my point, and the Ravens couldn't get it done. So,
Yeah, but you're telling me Lamar
saying is, like,
Jackson and Derrick Henry wouldn't have a better shot against the Texans than Aaron Rodgers?
we
and
saw
Jalen
that
Moore?
game earlier, and the Texans beat them like 31-3.
Yeah, but the playoffs are also a different animal. When you're in, it's a different animal. And I feel like NFL players know that, NFL teams know that, and even the fans know that.
Lamar's just been bad all year. And I've been telling people this because, like, you're with a lot of people. All right. There's a lot of people that think the Ravens would have got in, we would have saw a better game. But I just can't move off of the fact that, like, we've seen the Ravens now all year, and Lamar Jackson, it hasn't been healthy, and he hasn't looked like himself, and he's not able to do the stuff. And I think there's people that just think once the playoffs start, like, he was going to be able to, like, go and, play a different style. And I just don't. I don't.
Well,
think
what were you
so,
expecting with Aaron Rodgers in this offense? Exactly.
pretty much like what we saw. I mean,
So
I don't
then why
think the
would-
Ravens. I don't think the Ravens would have like had a better shot though.
I absolutely think that. I 100. And look,
I mean, you
these
got to
are
think
all
until 4 minutes ago, like this game was 10-6. You know,
Yeah.
8 minutes ago it was 10-6. So like
100%. And I'm
it
not saying
looks a
the
lot
Texans,
worse now than.
and
it
I'm
really,
not saying 100%. Like the last 5 minutes, like you were saying, the last 5 minutes of this game has been, oh my God, they've scored 13 points in the last 7 minutes. The Texans, right? I'm not saying the Texans offense would have been like this would have been a shootout. I just feel like, yes, the Texans defense is really good. The Ravens defense has had a meh year, like meh, like as below average as you can believe. I just think with Lamar Jackson running around, Derrick Henry taking the ball, going up the middle, you know, breaking off those big runs. I've seen this Steelers team for the last 7 years, and this is the exact same team every year in the playoffs. There's no different. It's no different than Ben Roethlisberger's final 2 seasons. It was no different than with Kenny Pickett. It was no different than with Mitch Trubisky or Justin Fields, Russ. Like I cannot argue with you about Aaron Rodgers' entire career, but he's 42. He was 41 this entire season. Like, I don't think there is going to be anything where you're just like, wow, Aaron Rodgers, Brady's second to final year with the Bucks or whatever it was. Like, this is football. Like, no, nothing was really extraordinary about Rodgers all year. It really wasn't. There was games. There was definitely flashes. And yes, they outplayed the Ravens in that Week 18 playoff game, which I agree. That is a playoff game.
Well, and Rodgers looked great in that game too.
Exactly. But it's like he looked great in a couple games this year, right? Maybe a few games. It's just, I don't think there was any difference.
Well, and the Steelers, like I said yesterday, there was a 5-game stretch where they were the worst passing defense in the NFL. And it was like, I mean, even the game on Thursday night against Joe Flacco, it's like Aaron Rodgers goes out there, you know, throws 4 touchdown passes, 250 yards, and puts up over 30 points, and they lose. And it's like, okay, like, what are we doing? And that was never like the plan on paper. When we saw the Steelers, we were like, man, look at how good this defense. I mean, Russell Wilson was able to win 10 games, and they were 10-2, and they were giving up like 15 points per game. And then Aaron joins the team, and then the defense becomes, you know, for a quarter of the season, the worst. And I'm like, that just wasn't the plan. And this is kind of cool. They're showing him, like, I guess, saying his goodbyes with Texans. And no, I think too, like, no matter who the Texans played in the first round, it was going to be similar. I mean, remember last year, like, people thought, oh, the Chargers were going to be able to. I think this was like the score of the Chargers game right here. I mean, the
Chargers suck in the playoffs.
Yeah, and the Texans are just good. Like, people just don't. I don't know if they don't recognize it, but like, the Texans are a really good football team, and they've had the hardest schedule in the NFL. Like, it was 32-12 was their playoff game with the Chargers, and the Chargers were, you know, on a roll. And Justin Herbert, they had him throwing 4 picks. Justin Herbert hadn't thrown a pick in any postseason games, and then he threw 4 against the Texans. Like, the Texans defense is, like, it's insane how good it is. And I just think any of the wild card teams, like, if you're not good enough to clinch a first round bye or be the number 2 seed, you're probably going to get beat by the Texans. Like, it's one of those things. And I think they should start organizing the seed by record. I still think you could give home field advantage to whoever wins the division. So, like, for instance, I think the Steelers should have played at home, but
they did.
I'm saying, like, the way I would do it,
Yeah.
Like if I were to redo the playoffs, the Steelers would still be playing at home, but I would have the Steelers as the 6 seed, not the 4. And I would just organize seed 1 through 7 based on record. And then if you win your division, you get to host the playoffs, the all throughout the playoffs. Like unless it's 2 teams that are both non-division winners, then you would just go off of the record at that point.
Well, then what would be the difference exactly?
Well, like teams like the Broncos, they're playing Buffalo,
Right.
where is like the Steelers, if they were to win this, or even the Texans, like the Patriots would, let's say the Steelers won today, then the Steelers would play the Patriots.
Mhm.
And like that's a easier matchup than Denver having to play Buffalo. But we're supposed to be awarded like the easiest game. That's why it's based on seeding.
Right.
But when you have 2 teams that are winning 12 games in the division, one of them drops, from 1 or 2 all the way to 5 or 6, and Buffalo drops to 6. And then it's kind of like a weird thing where now the 1 seed's playing Buffalo. And then like if the Panthers would have won, they would have been the 4 seed, and then the 2 seed gets to play a team like Carolina, while the 1 seed has to play the Rams. And it's like, that's not really the design of it. It's not supposed to be. The design is that the team that won the most games is awarded the easiest playoff opponent. And I just don't think we're getting that with it not being in chronological order of games won. I think if you did it that way, it would be much more like accurate to what the design is, trying to get the best team to play the worst teams.
So I see what you're saying. Like you're saying, like in this case, the Steelers, while they won their division, would still have a home game, but would be lower seeded than the Texans, who won 12 games, but not their division. So they have to travel.
Yeah, exactly.
So then, but I guess
so you still award like the division winner.
But here's the thing, though, because let's say what just happened, the Texans beat the Steelers at home. Would you rather play the Texans, or would you rather play the Steelers? And if the Steelers win and they won their division, so they get a home game, but they're the lower seed, but they still have to travel. I guess I understand what you're saying, because winning the division still gets you the advantage of playing at home in the playoffs while still being a lower seed. I just don't know if that's necessarily going to fix the problem of playing a less deserving team because of seeding, because of their record. I mean, we just saw right now, right? Like the Texans destroyed the Steelers. Yes, all of their points, half of their points came in the fourth quarter in the last 6 minutes, but they still destroyed the Steelers. So I'm not like, would you rather have the Patriots play the Texans now, or I guess
it would go, because I wrote it down here. So it would go, and then LAC, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 would be, because there's only one team. Was there one division that had 3 teams in the playoffs?
The NFC West.
Okay, the NFC West did it. So who am I missing? Denver. Oh, was it Denver? Buffalo. Buffalo. They won 12 games.
Mm-hmm.
So it would go. I don't know who would have the tiebreaker between Buffalo or Houston. Did they play by chance this year?
Buffalo and Houston?
Buffalo, Texans, November 20th. The Texans won.
Mm-hmm.
That was this year, right?
I'm
November
checking their
20th.
schedule. Yes. The Bills lost 23-19 to the Texans.
Okay. So it would go, Denver would be the 1, Patriots 2, Jags 3, Texans 4, Buffalo 5, Chargers 6, Pittsburgh 7.
So why the Broncos won and not the Patriots won?
Because we have the tiebreaker over them.
Oh, like, the AFC division conference one, or?
Yeah, so we have the same record. The only reason we're the 1 seed is because we have the head-to-head opponent tiebreaker based on strength of opponent.
Oh, okay. But then, okay, so see, like, that's the thing too, is like, if we're going to go based off record.
Yeah, superior record against common opponents.
Okay.
Specifically the Raiders. So the Broncos went 2-0 against the Raiders. New England lost to them.
Yeah,
given the
Broncos.
Broncos.
I remember that. I remember that. Remember first week of the season? We're like, oh no!
Oh shit, the Raiders are going to be good. Nick Wright was right.
I think I would say there's a lot of intricacies behind your idea of that. I kind of like where you're going with it, because if you still win the division, you still get a home game.
Yeah.
Right.
And that should be your first goal.
And that should be, yeah, I totally understand that. I just feel like at that point, it's a lot of like, it's like too much detail. Cause then it's like, okay, what if the Broncos and Patriots ended up with the same record against this? Is it point differential? And if so, it's like, well, what if, I don't know, you guys blew out the Raiders 40-0 and the Patriots only blew them out 24-0. Like, yeah, you scored a lot of points, but also what happened during that game? Did the Raiders take out their starters in the fourth quarter? Were the Raiders still playing to be competitive in the fourth quarter against the Patriots? You know what I mean? Like, regardless of whatever concept it comes up in the playoff seeding, I feel like there will always be discourse. Just like last year with the Lions and the Vikings. Vikings fans were like, well, we should be the number 2 seed because of our record. Like, we shouldn't be, it shouldn't be this division BS because we went from the 1 seed to now the 6 seed or 7 seed.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, either
in
way,
my format, they would be, like, in the way that this is kind of how the NFL is, though. Like, you make suggestions and some of them get shot down.
Yeah, there's going to be holes poked through everything, honestly.
Yeah, I just think it would be I think it would make it better. You know, I mean, look at this is still the tiebreaker, so it's head to head. So if you played that team, if you said if you have the same record, how would you? So if you played each other, then that would be. Did you erase it?
No, I didn't. No.
Oh, I lost it. Oh, here it is. So head to head, and then best win-loss percentage in games between the two teams. Best win. Actually, this is way better. Let me do it this way. This is the tie-breaking procedures right here. So, do you have an issue with any of these? Because if it's just two teams, it would be head to head, easy. Best win-loss percentage in games played within the division. So whatever your division record is. So if the Bears went 4-2 in their division and the Packers went 3-4, or 4-2 is 3-3, then you guys would have the tiebreaker. But we would only move to 2 if, you won 1 and the Packers won 1. So that, that doesn't settle it. So we have to go to number 2. Then it goes to divisional record.
Oh, fuck. Sorry.
It's okay. And if you have the same divisional record, then it goes to best win-loss tied percentage in common games. So, obviously, if you're in the same division as somebody, you play like 80% of the same opponents. So you take those 80% and see what your win-loss record was in those. And I think all of this, Rick, I would leave all of that the same. Like, I wouldn't mess with any of this. I think the whole, like, if you got two teams with the same record, how do you decide who's like the 1 or 2? I would just leave it the way we're doing it right now, because I think the tie-breaking procedures is pretty accurate to finding the better team. The whole, like, point differential semantic stuff, you got to get pretty far down that list before you start, like, getting into that stuff. And I think that's very rare. Actually, like the last one is a coin flip. Like it gets all the way. It's like, wow, if we still haven't settled it, we'll just flip a coin.
So
I've never seen that.
And I guess my thing too is like, I don't know. I think
it would have been Patriots to play Jags. Or,
and the Jags won their division, right?
No. So the way I had it, Denver won, Patriots would have been the 2, Jags 3. Now that's the way it already was. Houston 4, Buffalo 5, Chargers 6, Steelers 7.
Mm-hmm.
So Denver would have the bye. Patriots would have played Pittsburgh, and because the Patriots, who did they played the Chargers, right?
Yeah. See, now there's the issue. Who gets the home game?
The Patriots won their division, so they get the home game.
But so did the Steelers. If you're putting the Steelers 7 because of record and possibly strength of schedule and so on and so forth.
I never thought of that problem.
So and that's why I think like the way it is with division winners getting a home game and then the best division winner with all of those things. Yeah, and that's the thing, like holes are going to be poked regardless. And all the BS from last year about the Vikings and the Lions about like, oh, the Lions should be the number 1 seed. We should get the first round bye, or we should host a home game instead of being a wild card at 7 and having to go to the Bucks, let's say, for example, right? Like the worst team or whatever. I think the way it is now, people aren't going to be happy, but it's the best way to kind of go about this, right? Because you couldn't come up with a solution like you just were. Somebody else could come up with something different. But at the end of the day, it's like there's going to be holes poked through all that. And the best way to go about it is division winners get the home game. And
in the divisional round, you typically have multiple teams that won their division. Like this happens every year, it's like, and then the home field just goes to the higher seed.
Correct.
So I guess I would just leave it like that. Like, typically Pittsburgh would host let's see. So who would host? So Patriots would play Pittsburgh. Patriots would host because they're division. The Jags would have played the Chargers, and the Jags would have hosted. And then Houston would have played Buffalo. And that game would have been in Houston.
But see,
but they're not a division winner.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
A higher seed.
It's gonna be played at the Rose Bowl. That's what it's gonna be.
Or you could do a neutral site, I guess.
Yeah, but then that's just like why? Why are we doing a neutral site?
Yeah, I would just say if you get into that scenario, then I feel like you got to give home field to the better team.
Yeah,
that won more games,
and it would be
Houston because they won the head-to-head. They had the same record, but they have the head-to-head tiebreaker.
And see, that to me is unfair because why is a second place in the division hosting a game against another second place just because of the head-to-head like that? But
who's it unfair to?
Both teams, if either one decides to win the head-to-head matchup or the conference matchups. You see what I'm saying? Like either way, there's going to be an argument about it. And
right,
honestly,
no matter what.
Yeah, and honestly, like the way it is now, it may be imperfect, but it's the best way to go about it because there's people. The talk last year was everybody should be ranked or seeded in terms of record. And it's like, okay, so does that mean that the Lions get a first round bye? And I think the Vikings had the second most wins. The Vikings host the game, but they didn't finish first in their division. Why do they get?
But we do this every year, and I think just because it's the wild card round, it feels weirder than it really is. Because like you're saying, why would they play like Houston Buffalo? You're saying like why would Houston get to play a home game when they didn't win their division? But like if the Seahawks lose to the 49ers and the Bears lose to the Rams, like the Rams would host the NFC Championship game this year, and they didn't win their division, and nobody would have had a problem with it.
Oh yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like it's the same thing. It's just in the wild card round.
Yeah, but it's after the wild card round is what you're describing. Like
right, because I mean I'm changing the rules.
Well, no, not necessarily changing the rules. You're saying like, hey, the Bears host a home game and the Seahawks host a home game this next week. If both of them lose, the Rams will host a home game in the NFC Conference Championship. And it's like, well, if it took all the way to the NFC Conference Championship for the Rams to host a game, then I think that is fair, because the Bears and the Seahawks and the Panthers, in the NFC's case, all got to host a home game because they won their division. And it took 3 games for the Rams to finally host a game at home. So I think,
but the only way a team would win their division and not host a playoff game, if you think about it, because 1, 2, and 3 are locked. Like 1 is getting a bye, and then number 2, like they could never play anything then other than the 7. So the only way that this could happen is if the team that won the division is the 7 seed. So you would have to win your division and be the 7 seed or the 4 seed, right? Like the 1 seed Denver Patriots, they're the 2. And in this case, they would play Pittsburgh. So I guess the incentive is like, yes, you need to win your division, but if you win your division in the way like Carolina did this year, and you're like a 9 or what was it, 8-win team?
8-9.
If you're an 8-win team and you win your division, expect that you're going to lose your birthright home field advantage. That's typically not going to happen, but the only way it would happen is if you're that bad and you fall all the way to the 7 seed, and then you're going to, so it's kind of, I think it kind of like, it almost punishes the team that just wouldn't even be in the playoffs if it weren't for the division thing, because like Carolina wouldn't have made it, or Tampa, if it weren't for one team having to be represented from the division. So we take something from them. We take their home field advantage.
Yeah, but why?
Because they're not necessarily the top 7 teams in their conference. They're just the best team out of the 4 in their division.
So then if that's the case, why don't we just get rid of divisions?
Well, because I still think like they serve a purpose. Like rivalry games are all that stuff. I just think when you have teams like getting into the playoffs that have that type of losing record, let's just call it what it is. Like I think it's a little generous to also give them like a home field playoff game. I'm not opposed to like taking that. I mean, I think the way I have it, the only way you could win your division and not play at home is if like what Carolina did happens. And it's like, okay, if you're the 7 seed, you're going to end up playing the 2 seed, and the 2 seed's going to end up, getting that home field advantage because they deserve it.
So what if, okay, let's say.
It's a great talk. Have we ever done this one?
I don't think so, but let's say
I just thought of this last night. So like, I am not.
If the Panthers do go 8-9, but they go 5-1 in their last 6 to go 8-9, does that matter at all?
No, like how you arrive to your record, it wouldn't change anything for me.
So then how you arrive to winning a head-to-head matchup or even a conference matchup, why does that matter if it was won during the season? So, okay, let's say if Carolina wins their division at 8-9 and they go 5-1 their final 6 games to go 8-9 and win the division because of a Saints and Falcons game.
I think that's what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
Okay.
Or at least I don't know about the record. I kind of just made this up.
Seems right.
Yeah, I think they were kind of hot towards the end. Why are we putting so much weight on conference record and head-to-head and point differential when we go down that list, right, of who deserves what? And why do we have divisions if the divisions don't even give you any sort of leg up for a playoff appearance? Then at that point, the only thing we have divisions for is rivalries. And it's like, okay, if we have rivalries, then that's fun for the sport. But what does that mean to you?
Like typically, unless you're talking about the AFC South, which is kind of a weird, or the AFC East, which is the weird one, where like Miami, you have to fly from Miami all the way to Buffalo to play a divisional game. But like in Denver, you know, you go from Denver to the Chargers, or to LA to Denver, Denver to Vegas, Denver to Missouri. We're talking 2 hours in different directions. These are very convenient. Green Bay, Chicago, Minnesota, Detroit. Sometimes these flights are 40 minutes, you know?
Yeah.
So I think like the division is still important because it's like a territorial thing where you don't want to be like, it gets messy when you're just like, there's no divisions and everyone's flying all around the country. I think it's important that you take, 33% of the schedule and put it in a small area to avoid, over traveling. And I think that's another thing for the division.
But again, when it comes to the playoffs, what does it matter winning the division? It in this case, in what you're saying, it doesn't, right? Like whether you win the division at 8-9, 7-10, 10-7, 14 or whatever, it doesn't seem to matter to be in a division. The only thing that a division is in this case important for is rivalries and keeping a travel, or I'm sorry, not travel, but keeping 6 games dedicated to that division. But those 6 games are strictly for division purposes. So what's the point of a division if you have 6 games against your divisional opponents with rivalries included, but none of that matters if you win your division at a 9-7, 8-9, or whatever the hell where the records are here in this case, if it doesn't get you anything at the end? Like, what incentive is there for any of these teams to win a division other than to win a Super Bowl at the end? And even so, if we have a case like we did again last year, like the Lions and the Vikings, so the Lions get to skip the first round and the Vikings get to host, but they didn't win their division.
So, no, because you have to win your division to host a playoff game. That I'm keeping that the same.
But you just said you would take it away from the Panthers.
No. The only way that you could win your division and not play at home is if you fell all the way down to a 7 seed and you were playing another division winner. So and this is exactly what happens in the divisional round when you have 2 teams that both won their division playing each other. The team that has the higher seed gets to play at home, and it no longer matters that, like if Chicago won their division, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're the 2. And then Seattle, like Chicago would go to Seattle in the NFC Championship. And it's kind of like what we're doing in the wild card round, but it's not going to be like all these teams. Like the 1, 2, and the 3 seed are still going to play a home playoff game no matter what. But the only time the 4 seed could lose their home field is if they also happen to fall all the way down to the 7 seed, which like the Panthers, the Panthers didn't. But in my example, the Panthers would have done that and lost, I guess, their home field. Or maybe we keep it the same for the wild card round, but then the divisional round, we do the seeding the way I have it, outlined, where it's based on record.
I just think there would be a lot of confusion as to,
like last year,
what
Detroit
would need to happen.
And the Chiefs both went 15-2. So they both got first round buys. Then the Vikings would have been the 2 seed, but they would not have been allowed to host the playoff game because they didn't win their division. All right.
Okay. So then in that case, if the Vikings are how it was last year, if they're the 7 seed or the 6 seed or whatever, The 7 seed gets knocked out. The Vikings are the lowest seed. They go to Detroit for the divisional round.
Well, my way or the way it was?
Your way.
So my way, the Vikings would have been the 2 seed, and then they would have played the 7 seed. So,
but they would have hosted a game.
Yeah, the 2 would have played the 7, the 3. I would still do it that way.
So let's say, okay, Minnesota's the 2 seed, didn't win their division. The 7 seed didn't win their division either. Who hosts the home game?
Well, would that be possible for there to be 2 teams playing each other and none of them won their division?
And that's what I'm trying to figure out in your way, because if you're saying like Detroit won the division, but because of records, Minnesota gets the 2 seed and the 7 seed, which is who Minnesota plays, also didn't win their division. Really? Let's say it was in this case, let's say it was the who had multiple teams last year? Well, it was only the NFC North.
NFC
so
North
doesn't work. Let's say it was the NFC West. Let's say it was the Rams, right? And the Seahawks won the division, but they have 13 wins instead of the 14-win Vikings. The Rams are the 7 seed because they won 10 games. So do the Vikings host the playoff game because neither team won their division, but the Vikings are the 2 seed?
So it would have been Detroit would have been the 1 seed.
And would have gone the bye.
Minnesota 2, yep. Philly 3, Washington 4, Green Bay 5, Rams 6, Tampa Bay would have been 7.
Okay, but let's flip that. Let's say Tampa Bay had more wins than the Packers and they won their division. So the Packers, who are 3rd in the NFC North last season, and the Vikings, who are 2nd in the NFC North in last year in that division, who hosts that game?
So we're not using last year as a real example?
I'm using your format as a way to say.
So you're saying if Green Bay and Tampa Bay flipped.
Yeah, in wins, in record, and therefore seeding. Who hosts the game between the Packers and the Vikings?
And Tampa Bay goes to 5? So
sure, yeah.
So so Minnesota and Green Bay play each other. Mm-hmm. No, this was our first question, the first hole. And the only way that I think is fair is for us to use the way the postseason is now in the divisional round or in the NFC Championship, where once you get into this part of the season, the way it's set up now, you don't have to win your division to play at home. You just have to be the higher seed. So if you aren't a division winner and you're playing another team that's not a division winner, it's going to go to whoever has the higher seed. So Minnesota would play Green Bay. That's 2 teams that didn't win their division.
Yeah.
Now, the way it was, Tampa Bay would have been the 7, and Tampa Bay would have hosted. But if we flip those 2, then we give it to Minnesota for being 14 and 3, and Green Bay was 11 and 6. But if we flipped it, they would have been 10 and 7. So then Minnesota would host that. Philly would play the Rams. Philly won their division, so Philly plays the Rams in Philly,
who also won their division. The Rams.
Yeah, the Rams though they didn't have a higher. Yeah, they only won 10 games. So it's just like how it is now. We're going to give it whoever's the higher seed is going to host it.
But that's and that's kind of where
Washington and Tampa Bay.
And that's kind of where my question is, because in
won,
this case,
so Washington would go to Tampa.
If we flip Tampa and the Packers, right? Let's say this is an instant. You have a matchup between a 2 and a 7 seed who are in the same division, neither of which won their division. You're given the higher seed the home field advantage. And then you have another game in which 2 teams won their division, but because the Eagles had a better record and possibly a better NFC conference record, let's say just for this example, they host. So the Rams would in turn be like, why the hell do the Vikings, who didn't win their division, get to host a game just because they are seeded higher than a division winner Rams, and we have to travel to Philly all the way on the East Coast, which is, I think it's technically an East Coast time zone, whereas the Vikings and the Packers stay in the same time zone, and the Vikings get to host a playoff game.
It'll ruffle feathers, and this is the
but like,
thing.
why are we ruffling more feathers than what's already being ruffled?
I think it's just more fair.
But I don't think it's fair. If the divisions mattered, then I think early on in the wild card round, you should get a home field playoff game.
I don't think that doing it this way makes like winning your division irrelevant. But it does to the Rams in this case. We just said it. But but this is how like a team would feel if would the Bears be saying that if they had to play an NFC Championship against Seattle? Would they be like, why did we even win our division if we have to go play Seattle? But if you were saying like, no, but we won our division and we're going on the road to play a team that hasn't even won their division, this is the part of change that's hard. Is like maybe the first year people would be like, why do we? And it's like, well, we'll just answer it like this because they won more games. And
yeah, but there's the same questions being asked now, and the answer is because they won their division. As a 7 seed as a 5 seed for the Rams, they have to go to Carolina, right? Yes, Carolina got the home field advantage, but who was the favorite? Was it the Panthers because they're at home, or was it the Rams because they're the better team? It was the Rams. And look, are we going to have games where maybe the Panthers actually eke out a win? Yeah,
you
probably.
Could do it. If you have two division winners playing each other, you could do it based on which division won more games. You take all 4 teams and see how many games each team won, and then do it on the other side. So like if you did the NFC North and the NFC South, the NFC North would win, deem that as the tougher division based on strength of opponents in those 4. And then that would be the division that gets to host.
I just don't think the ruffling of the feathers is worth the seeding that you're proposing, because feathers are going to be ruffled either way. And yes, change can do that. Mm-hmm. I just don't think change. But yeah, I just don't think that this is. I just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze in this.
I
in
think
this
a 14-win
example.
Team should be, a 6 seed. And I think that is why it's weird. Like,
but I don't think a non-division winner should be a 2nd seed.
Team is a 4 seed, and then we put a 14-win team as a 6.
But who has the advantage? Who had the advantage in a 14-win team going
the
to
9-win
travel
team would have the advantage because they get to play at home.
Yeah, but but what I'm saying is we're using the example of a team who doesn't deserve a home playoff game, and in this case it was the Panthers, right? What outcomes aside, wouldn't
I actually
the
like
favorite
the
be
rule
the Rams?
The way it is with the Panthers hosting the playoff game?
Yeah, I do
if
too.
It were
and,
up to
and,
me,
and
I would keep the Panthers hosting the playoff game. It's just the only problem with that is that in my way that I did it, there's a hole where like the Panthers can't because they're playing another team that won the division. I like the wild card. That's why it's called wild card round, is because you got to go to the Panthers almost beat the Rams.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, look at all those years the Giants got in and made it all the way. So I like the way it is. I was just laying up last night thinking, if the Steelers win tomorrow, isn't that some bullshit that we're the 1 seed and we have to fucking play Buffalo when I know Buffalo, New England has been like a bloodbath every time they play each other. It's been insane. And now Buffalo is now the favorite to make it to the Super Bowl. And now we have to slay the dragon, and New England would play Pittsburgh. And I'm like, but that's not the way. So I'm just thinking last night, like how
football, baby.
No, it is, but I'm thinking like, okay, the point of the 1 seed is that you play the lowest remaining seed. And the reason for that is that you're supposed to be playing, you've won yourself the ability of playing the weakest remaining team. But it occurred to me that that's not actually happening. And I was trying to find a way where it could be more accurate. None of it's going to be perfect, but it's just an idea that it would be separated by, the amount of games you win. Because I think that is like generally it's the best determination of how good your team is. Like if you won 15 games or 14 games, you're probably a really good team, and you're probably better than the typical 6 or 7 seed that you see in the playoffs. And I don't know, this hasn't really been an issue my whole life, and lately it seems like
until you got the 1 seed.
No, I'm saying like having like 2 teams that won 14 games in the same division.
Yeah.
Like this seems like a new phenomena where like the Bills and the Patriots are both winning a ton of games. Like the NFC North last year was like, what was that? Like 14 wins and you're going to go all the way to the 5 seed because you didn't win your division. But I don't know. Like to me, that just seems like maybe a fall too far. And I'm not even like a Vikings. I mean, I wasn't even in the debate last year. Like, well, win your division, you don't got to worry about that. But I get it. But it's like we won 14 fucking games, and we just happened to be in this crazy division where they won 15, which also shows how hard our division is, which makes our 14 wins even more impressive. And quite the opposite, like the Panthers winning 8 games, being good enough to win their division, shows how weak their division is, which makes their 8 wins less impressive. And we're just like I feel like we're doing the opposite thing, like
I don't know. I don't think
there's like a way to fix it for everybody. It's one of those things that's imperfect.
Well, yeah, sure. 100% agree, because there's no matter what, there's always going to be an argument about the way playoffs are done. I just think that the way it is now is the best possible way it can be done, because I know you're saying that why is the number 1 seed Broncos going up against a 12-win Buffalo team?
But also my
argument would be you're playing the 7 best teams in your conference. There isn't a bad team in the playoffs. So it's either put up or shut up time. Team. Sure. But look at the Panthers. They were 8-9. That's the bad team in the NFC.
Do you think the Panthers should have been in the playoffs?
They won their division. So
no. But like I'm saying, if it were up to you, and like they're just forget about like everything I said.
Mm-hmm.
What if you just took the 7 best records?
If I just took the 7 best records and was like, all right, these are the playoff teams.
Yeah. So like for the NFC this year, it would have been Seattle, Chicago, Philly, the Rams, the 49ers. Those are all teams that won 11 or more games. Mm-hmm. And then the final 2 would be the Packers and the Vikings or the Lions. So whoever has
it would be the Packers, because they have 7 losses and 1 tie.
Okay.
So what do we do with the tie?
So you would take out the Panthers and you would add the Vikings or Lions. Now, me personally, I would have rather seen the Lions Rams.
But we just had that same argument about the Ravens and the Steelers. And you're like, well, they beat them week 18. And it's like, okay, well, they beat them. You're right. And that's that. I'm just saying, like, why are we taking the Panthers out of it completely when they won their division? And you're saying like, because the Vikings
would you
won
like
games.
It to be based on record?
No, I think divisions matter. I really do. And at the end of the day, whoever wins the NFC
I'm not
South,
saying I don't. I was just asking.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I just think that divisions matter, and it is an imperfect system, but it's the best system that we can get to, because if
like
we
capitalism.
Go strictly, because if we get to like the best 7 records, then again, the question is, why do we have divisions? Why not just a conference? And in this case, your answer, going back to the way you wanted to do it, was for rivalries and for divisional matchups, which is 6 guaranteed games a year against your division opponents. But it's like, okay, why do divisions matter, right? Because let's take the Bears, for example. They won the NFC North. They had a losing record against the division. The Packers and the Vikings had a winning record against the division. So there's an argument towards that. Why is it that the Bears, who have a below 500 record against the division, how do they win the division crown? Because they had 11 wins. They had 2 more wins than anybody else in the division. Okay.
That sounds like you're arguing for the non-division system when you say it like that.
No, but I'm arguing, I'm giving you an argument as to why people would say, why did the Bears win the NFC North with a 2-4 record?
Because they had the more wins. That's it.
But they didn't have the most wins against the division.
No,
the
but
Vikings
like
and the
overall
Packers
wins, they won more games, which is what I'm saying to sort it by.
Exactly. But
maybe
because we're in divisions and we win our division, we get a home game in the wild card. At the end of the day, I think divisions matter for that wild card round, and however you get to the NFC Championship is how you get to the NFC Championship. Are the Seahawks winning all 3 the next game and going to the NFC Championship because they're the number 1 seed and they get to host it? Yeah, that's how it goes. But if the Bears and the Seahawks lose and the Rams host it, then guess what? The Rams host the game. I think that it's totally fair that in this case, the Rams don't get to host a home game in the playoffs unless they win their first 2 games. And
because they lost their division.
Exactly. I think the Seahawks getting the first round bye and getting a home game in the divisional round is fine, especially now that we have 7 teams in the playoffs. I just
what
think
do you
that
do
if
about
you
like
play,
stronger divisions?
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? What do I do?
Like, because you're using the word fair a lot, and so if we're talking about fair, what is fair about the Rams being in a division with 3 teams out of 4 that won 12 or more games, being able to win 12 of their games, have a 7-1 record at home, go 4-2 in their division, 4-2 in their division, in that division, and we're saying that they don't deserve to play a home game over the Panthers? I don't think that's fair. Like, if we're using that word,
but if you're using strictly the division, what do the Panthers have to do with the NFC West?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you have these like juggernaut divisions, and then you have softer divisions, and it's like the rules are the same whether you're a really shitty division or the best in football. And I feel like there's no room for the scales to balance. It's like,
I think the playoffs,
we just send a 13-team packing.
That's what the playoffs are for, I would argue. The playoffs are for the best teams to win games and to make it to the Super Bowl. And the Panthers were clearly not the best team in the playoffs, which is why they lost. Did they host a playoff game? Yes, because they won their division, which is what the league is divvied up into. Now, just because the NFC West is a superior division than the NFC South and the NFC East doesn't mean that division crown is any less worthy because of another division being better. The playoffs are the ultimate balance for the NFL. And yes, lucky bounces go each way, to the 7 seed, to the 1 seed, to the 3 seed, to the 5 seed. I think what you're arguing is like the number 1 seed of the NFC and the number 1 seed of the AFC should always meet in the Super Bowl. And that's just never the case because there's always the chance of luck.
No, I don't even.
But that's kind of what you're saying though.
Why?
Because you're saying, why do the Broncos get to play a 12-win Bills team? And it's like, well, because the Patriots won 14 games.
No, I actually want to play Buffalo. What I was thinking was that the design of the seating, like the way that they have it designed, they're not actually it's not manifesting the way that the design is.
And that's what I'm trying to let you know is that if you win your division and you host a wild card game and you lose, then you lost. You lost your home field advantage and you lost in the playoffs because you were not a better team. That's the ultimate like balance there. The Rams went to Carolina and beat them and ultimately saying you are not going to continue at home. You are out of the playoffs, which are the 7 best teams in each conference. Best teams meaning 4 division winners and 3 wild cards. If you didn't win your division, then I think you deserve to go on the road because you didn't win your division and get that home field advantage.
I think that's the way college football was doing it for a while, was like you could, like Florida State was undefeated in the ACC, which is unheard of. And they didn't make it to the college football playoffs.
Yeah, but they were still doing 14 playoffs at that point, no?
They were.
I think there's still 4 teams.
But
they've expanded it to 12?
In the ACC or the SEC, which is the 2 arguments who's better.
So in that case, they had to like, this is a completely separate argument with college, but they had to do something different than the BCS BS because it was like, oh, Alabama.
I like what they're doing now. Think about it. The teams right now, Miami and
Indiana.
These are 2 teams that like barely got into the college football playoffs.
Well, Miami did. Indiana was a like, shoe-in.
Yeah, Miami was like, it was like, was it going to be Notre Dame
or Miami? Yep,
or Miami, and then like Miami gets in, and now look, so like that's the beauty of it. But at the same time, like college football for a while, they did these rankings, and it was like just a bunch of old white dudes deciding, who the best, and it was always Alabama, and like these good old boys that like pay all this money because the numbers and the ratings on TV are so high when these specific teams are in it. And then all of a sudden that exposure makes players want to go to these schools, and it's like the rich get richer, and there was no way to balance it and kind of like level the playing field for other teams. And there was a lot of years where there was really good teams that didn't get in because they didn't have the name brand of teams like Alabama, Ohio State. So like, I like the division thing. I just think it seems like every year there's a team that it doesn't even feel like they won their division. It feels like all the other teams lost their division. And then that team's playing, a home game. I'm not even necessarily like, if I could change it right now, I wouldn't. I just like the conversation because it's that's the only way to figure out if there is a better way, is to talk about it and like come up with an idea and see like what ideas are out there, because no one talks about this.
Yeah, and I totally agree, because conversations need to happen. I just don't know if this would be the correct route, because last year when the Vikings were complaining about how are we a 7 seed and we have 14 wins versus the Tampa Bay Bucks who had 9 or 10.
I don't understand why they're saying how are we like that. What do you mean how? It's the rule,
and that's when
they were the 5, not even the 7.
But the conversation started, like you're saying, like, okay, well, why don't we go based off strictly wins and losses? And it's like the argument is, well, what's the point of divisions? And at that point, it's like, okay, well, I guess that's a good point. What are the point of divisions? But the rivalries and travel, I don't think are a good enough argument to continue with divisions, but have seeding in a completely different way, is I guess the basis of what I'm trying to say. Is like, if we do away with divisions, okay, then we are at the best top 7 teams in each conference, and based on seeding, they should host a playoff game. But what do you do to Bears Packers? That, like, are they still playing twice a year? And
yeah, what if you keep divisions, but you only separate playoffs by conference?
But that's, I guess that's the thing, is like, if the Panthers
Then,
won their
yeah.
division at 8-9, what does that matter?
But yeah,
because then the argument is,
because
why
then
do we
it's
still have
not fair,
divisions?
because you have teams that are playing 6 opponents different than each other division. You know what I mean? Like if you're separating it just by conference, how can you say that this team that won 12 games is better than this team that won 10 games if the team that won 10 games had to play 6 games in a division against 3 teams that won 12 games? And this guy that won 12 games, like Tom Brady did his whole career, just beat up on the Bills and Dolphins and Jets. And man, those teams, well, not Buffalo, but most of those teams still suck. And that's the way it was for 20 years. And then Patriots always got the 1 seed, didn't have to play a game. Then they played the worst team, and then they had to just win the conference championship, and they were in the Super Bowl.
Remaining, not the worst team. The worst team remaining in the playoffs.
Right. The worst team remaining. But I think we all know what I'm saying here. But
yeah,
and then we get to the conference championship, and then that was the one where Tom Brady, it was going to be a tough game, but that still like a much easier path than doing the whole wild card thing. So I feel like it's not fair to do conferences, because if you keep divisions, but say we're going to do the playoffs only based on record, well, then how can you judge the teams equally when each the 4 divisions are playing 6 games differently? The only way to judge it by conference is if every team played the exact same opponents.
Well, then at that point, it would be the Bears playing 15 games, meaning playing the entire NFC. And that goes for every team. But at that point,
be interesting.
But imagine head-to-head matchups. What if 2 teams go 14 wins? Do you go point differential?
I think you could just do it like the same way. I think that would be the least of our problems, is figuring out tiebreakers. Like, I think it would be easier, if anything, because now everybody's played the same team. So like if you had it by conference, it's just like you play 1 game against each team in your conference. And then at the end of the year, we sort it by, wins and losses. I think that would be interesting. But then there would be no AFC, NFC matches, which that would suck. Like, the Broncos will never play the Packers again in the regular season.
That's kind of what, again, with the divisions is like, that's important because you have a division crown. Maybe not necessarily because you have the best record in the division, but because you are able to beat the AFC teams, you are able to beat other NFC teams outside of the division. And again, like the Bears, they had a 2-4 record in the division and still won the division because they had 2 more wins than than the next team, which was the Packers. I guess, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
well, what if you have eight AFC teams and then 8 NFC teams, and the next year you flip it? You play the other 8 and then the other 8.
But then how would you determine seeding? Strictly record? And if so, if it's record, have those teams played the same teams?
Yeah.
But then what are we doing with then what's the difference right now than with divisions? Because we're still going off tiebreakers off that, and we're still going off seeding because of that.
Well, because so there would be that would just be the way of doing it, where we're not saying like, okay, we're splitting it by 4 teams in each division, but we'll take 1 team and say, all right, because this is how we do it now. We say you're going to play the AFC North, the AFC South, and then next year, like I already know what division the Broncos play in 2026. So it's kind of like that. And then, we alternate things now, like how many with the 17 games, you play 8 home games, 7 away, and then it flips. So we kind of flip certain things. So we would just say, okay, the AFC is going to play, 8 teams from the AFC. It's going to be the same 8, and they're going to play the same 8 teams from the NFC. And the NFC is going to, and then the AFC and the NFC the next year, we flip it and play the other 8 and the other 8. So what you have is everybody in the NFL, in the AFC and the NFC, they've played the exact same opponents. And I think that would give you a really, really good indication of like, who's the best team in the NFL? I mean, because now we don't have to wonder like, well, what opponents did they play? It's
But
like, hey, we all play the
can't
same.
flip them 8-8 because there's 16 teams in each conference. So the Patriots would play 8 opponents from the AFC, but then would have to play 7 the next season because they've already played 8.
So it'd be like alternating, like how we do with home and away games, kind of.
Well, now that we have an odd number of games per year, in a sense, yes. So, because if the Patriots are playing the Bills, the Dolphins, the Jets, the Steelers, the Ravens, the Bengals, the Browns, and the Jaguars, then the Bills would play the Patriots, the Dolphins, the Jets, the Steelers, the Ravens, the Bengals, the Browns, and the Jaguars. And then next year it's like, okay, well, we didn't play the Titans, the Colts, the Texans, the Chargers, the Chiefs, the Raiders, and the Broncos. So now we only play 7. And
so then those teams like Jacksonville down to the Raiders, so the AFC South and the AFC West, those teams will play the same, they'll, I guess, play the NFC. They'll play 7 teams from the NFC. And then the AFC East and the AFC North will play 8 teams from the NFC, and you'll alternate that way. Like then the next year, the South and the West play 8 teams, and the East and the North play 7 teams.
But what's the difference from what's happening now? Because the Bears played the entire NFC East and the Eagles played the entire NFC North, as well as the NFC East and the NFC North rivals.
Yeah,
so
I think the only way to do it
difference?
Is to have a year where the NFC plays the NFC only, the AFC plays the AFC only, then the next year, the AFC plays the NFC only, the NFC plays the AFC only. And that's how the league goes.
The juice isn't worth the squeeze on this
because
one, you're taking the Packers away from the Bears.
No, well, I know, I get that, but
yeah,
the way it is now, where it's like every 4 years we play the Packers, it would be like every other year.
Yeah,
you play them, and then at the end of the year, everybody's played the same exact opponent, and you don't have to go wondering like, okay, well, what about the strength of schedule? We're trying to determine which team's the best. Well, here's their, point differential against winning teams versus losing teams, and, try to create narratives, and there would be like nothing to create. Like, it's all even, no matter how you slice it, kind of a thing.
I don't know, man. There's too much going on for that to really, really kind of like make sense for an NFL schedule. I think it's just too much. Like,
it is, if I explain like the way it is now, like we've been watching our whole life. So like, it seems simple, but Mary didn't know anything about football when I met her. And I realize how complex this is when I'm talking to her about it. Like there's all these things that are easy to understand because it's like that's how it's always been. And it would be hard to change it. But I think it could
to overhaul an entire NFL season, I think is just, again, I just don't think it's worth it.
Do you like I don't either. Well, we tried.
I did want to say something though before we get out of here, because we were talking about Aaron Rodgers, right? And for what it seems like, and this is what it seems like, because with Aaron Rodgers, it could be the complete opposite during the offseason. Mike Tomlin has year after year after year after year after year after year after year put out the same exact team in the Steelers ever since he's been a coach. He won a Super Bowl. Can't take that away from him. He'll always have that ring. But if there's this much noise about Matt LaFleur's job, is Tomlin also on the hot seat right now for putting on a pretty pitiful performance in the playoffs? I mean, at least LaFleur in, the last 3 seasons. Has he been the 7 seed? Yes, but they whooped the Cowboys that one year. They had an all-time meltdown implosion against the Bears just yesterday or Saturday night, 2 days ago. Is Mike Tomlin, like Harbaugh with the Ravens, also on the hot seat? And do you see him getting fired later this week?
Okay, here's my issue with firing Tomlin. Okay. Number one, when did Big Ben retire?
Oh, man. 2020, maybe? 2021?
I thought it was 2021. Because, hold on, let me just see. When did Ben...
2022.
2022.
3 seasons ago.
So he retired in 2022 January. So the 2021 season was his last.
Yeah, there you go. 4 seasons ago. Yep.
So in the last 4 years, okay, who has the quarterback been for the Steelers? And
Pickett for 2 seasons.
Yep.
Or sorry.
Kenny Pickett.
Mitch for 1 year.
Oh yeah. Wait, didn't that happen after Pickett?
No, that happened our first season of Only Football, remember? Because I said the Steelers are going to win the division because of Mitch Trubisky. And then Pickett took over probably a few games later in that first season of Mitch being the starter. So then it was Mitch and Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett the following year. Kenny Pickett 2020. Oh no. Kenny Pickett and Mitch in 2022. 2023 was just Kenny Pickett. 2024 was Fields and then Russ. And now 2025 was Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. So
each of which won 9 or 10 games, except that Mitch year. I think they won 9 games or 8 games or something.
Yeah. Kenny Pickett, Trubisky, he had Mason Rudolph for a while that would come in once in a while. And then, the Justin Fields, Russell Wilson thing. Kenny Pickett was a first-round pick, and he started for 2 seasons, but he was a disappointment. And it's not like he went on and broke out somewhere else.
Sure. Yep.
And Mitch Trubisky and Mason Rudolph were pretty much just traditional backups, nothing more. When we talk about a head coach and whether he should be fired or not, I feel like the number one thing we need to look at is, what did he do with what he had? And with the Steelers, I don't feel like they have given Mike Tomlin an adequate quarterback to make a real, because why would we fire a coach that made the playoffs? Because he didn't make the Super Bowl. I mean, that's pretty much it. Like, if making the playoffs was enough, Mike Tomlin wouldn't even be in the discussion. He'd be the safest coach ever because all he does is make the playoffs. But obviously, it's not about making the playoffs. It's about going on a run and getting Super Bowls, or at least legitimately competing for Super Bowls. And Mike Tomlin hasn't been able to do that. And I don't think he's had a quarterback that you could say, like, hey, this is a quarterback that I think could really take the Steelers on a run here.
But he had Roethlisberger 3 years after he won a Super Bowl, and then won a Super Bowl with him in 09, 10, something like that.
Yeah, that's why I was gonna get to that. I was gonna say that. So there's this part of post Roethlisberger, okay, and then there's pre-Roethlisberger. Now Roethlisberger, my personal opinion on Roethlisberger was that he peaked in 2012. I know he had some good years where he threw I think he had a couple really good years in the late 2018s, something like that. I don't have his stats in front of me, but it seemed like the last 4 years of Roethlisberger's career, it was what's the last game you remember, a playoff game where Roethlisberger outplayed the other quarterback that you remember? And even Roethlisberger's first ring, when he was there was the Cardinals game And then his first Super Bowl was actually against the Seahawks in 2005. And I remember that because we played the Broncos with Jake Plummer, played the Steelers in the AFC Championship, and the Steelers won and then played the Seahawks and won the Super Bowl. Ben Roethlisberger wasn't asked to do anything. He was barely throwing the ball. It was Jerome Bettis in that defense, and it was, it was not like big. It wasn't like Mahomes, as a young player. It was much more like game management. And same thing with Tom Brady when he was younger. And I felt like there was an argument to be made that Ben Roethlisberger was overrated for a majority of his career. And for whatever reason, when you win Super Bowls for a city, you get a really long leash. And mediocrity is accepted. And people will blame everything besides you. You're like the golden child. Of course, it's not Big Ben. It's everything else. When Ben Roethlisberger retired, I felt like there was a chance Mike Tomlin didn't do enough in Ben Roethlisberger's career. But then the question is, how many Super Bowls is acceptable? Like, going to 2 Super Bowls, is that enough, or do you need more? And if it's like, yeah, you went to 2, but you didn't do anything in your last 5 years, it's like, well, is the alternate okay? Like John Elway did, he didn't win until his final 2 years. Is that okay? Is it just about winning 2? And I feel like for the Steelers, what Mike Tomlin's done as far as wins and losses with those quarterbacks that we just named is nothing short of a miracle. I mean, I don't know how he does it, because he gets these guys in, and it never feels like the Steelers are loaded. Like the Eagles, they're one of those teams that you're just like, top to bottom, they're insane.
But wouldn't you put that on the head coach as far as the Steelers not being loaded?
I would put that on the general manager. I think the Steelers need to fire their GM. And this has been a thing for a while for the Steelers. I don't think they draft bad, but they don't draft well enough. And the main thing is the guy they have, the Omar Khan, he's been there since 2022. Since 2022, it feels like the Steelers haven't been drafting that well. Like they got Peyton Wilson. I like him. Of course, they drafted TJ Watt. That was an amazing one. But like, who did they have on offense? They have DK Metcalf. They acquired through trade.
George Pickens technically was their pick, right?
They had George Pickens, but like drafting a player that ends up being a huge problem in the locker room and having to get rid of him, I also think that's on the coach or whoever's pulling the strings. Now, I don't know how involved Mike Tomlin is in the draft room. Like, does he pick his own players or not?
As the head coach, you've got a lot of say in draft picks, in my opinion. I agree that the general manager can ultimately make the decisions on things, but
like Jerry Jones, how many of his head coaches have been like, I was just seeing John Elway earlier today saying he wanted to draft Josh Allen, but at the time, Vic Fangio was their head coach, or Vance Joseph, one of the two, and they were drooling over Bradley Chubb. So John Elway said his biggest regret was not intervening and just being like, I'm doing it anyway. You're going to have to teach this guy.
And that's what I mean. Like, we can blame the GM and the head coach, but I feel like a lot of this does go on the head coach regardless. Also, like, he's going above 500. Okay. Where does that put you in the draft? That puts you at like 15 and a little bit higher, maybe, right? Because you're definitely not top 10. And I'm not saying that having a winning record in the NFL should be a bad thing. You absolutely can, but also it's like, what would have Tomlin done? You know what? I'm not even going to go into hypotheticals. What has he done in the draft? It's nothing. And also, I'm pretty damn positive that he's got a say in, let's bring in Russ, let's bring in Justin Fields, let's bring in Aaron Rodgers. So to have Ben for all those years, it's almost like he didn't have to worry about it, right? But they haven't been to the divisional round since 2017.
He inherited Big Ben.
He inherited Big Ben off of a Super
That's a
Bowl
great
win.
point. Like he hasn't fixed his problem, this whole time.
Yeah. So it's like, if you were going to stick with Big Ben until he retired, and it's like, well, why did you wait until he retired to kind of scramble to get a quarterback? Why not do what the Packers have been doing? And we've got a great quarterback. We should get another one in 2015, 2016 to learn under Ben, and then do that. Because I think list of, 20
Chase Claypool in 2020.
Landry Jones from 2016 was the other quarterback. Mason Rudolph was the other quarterback. Devlin Hodges was another quarterback.
2016?
Since 2016, these are the backup quarterbacks.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about drafted.
Landry Jones, Mason Rudolph, Devlin Hodges, and then those have been the backups for Ben. Like,
they drafted Joshua Dobbs in 2017. Mason Rudolph in 2018. These are like backups, I guess.
Yeah, so it's like
they weren't planning for the future.
We're like, but who's that on? Is it the
coach or is it just the GM? It is on. I think it is on. So
Tomlin.
It's both. It's both. Like, in my opinion, the general manager is responsible for acquiring the talent, and the head coach is responsible for training the talent. Like, if you ask me why aren't good players on this team, I'm always going to say it's the GM.
But that's not how it goes, though. It's not black and white like that. It is not.
Well, we have been drafting exceptionally well since George Payton became our GM. And it hasn't been like Sean Payton came in and like, it's like, no, we're still drafting well. Like, it's been consistent with our general manager, because general managers make all the personnel decisions, the salary cap, trades, acquisitions, free agents, draft picks. Like, that's their one job, is to play chess, not with the salary cap only, but with like, hey, this guy's got 2 years left in his contract. We got to get ahead of this. And I don't feel like the Steelers have done a good job in that. So I think like,
but I still
the GM is a higher position than Tomlin. You know what I mean? Like, the GM, if Mike Tomlin's responsible for this, then the GM's even more responsible, because this is his one job.
Well,
Mike Tomlin has multiple jobs.
And that's why I think when they fire a head coach, they fire a GM. I think that's generally how it goes. Like, the Bears have always let's hire Eberflus and then fire him, but still keep Ryan Poles. And this is just an example, obviously. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I still think there is a ton of say from Tomlin. And not only the players, but you just called out Arthur Smith. Who hired him to come on as the offensive coordinator? It was Tomlin. It wasn't the GM, right? So it's like, it seems like decisions are being made by Tomlin that are just not working out. And it seems like if you didn't make a divisional round since 2017, then and you still have an above 500 record, and you haven't solved any of the problems that you've had since then, who's supposed to get fired? Just the GM? I don't know about that.
No, and that's why I think what's strange about this whole thing, because like the GM, Khan, he's been a part of the Steelers front office for 21 years prior to the promotion. Mm-hmm. This is with the Patriots. And what did they do to fix it? They ripped it all up.
Yeah.
Right. Belichick was
the GM.
Belichick, and he was hiring his kids, and it was like Belichick was so like over everything that there was nobody holding him accountable.
Well, he was bigger than the organization. When it came after Tom Brady, Like he's the one that made the decision to be like, all right, yeah, Tom Brady can walk. I can make Mac Jones into the next Tom Brady. It didn't happen.
And it didn't. And the game evolves, and there's new people that are innovative and they get it. And there's older people that can't adjust and they can't figure it out. I mean, look how successful Belichick was at North Carolina this year. You know, it's not like, I mean, and then look at what, Vrabel, who I said the Bears need to hire Vrabel because he will bring man, there was 3 really good coaches in this cycle.
Oh, there was. Yes. Yeah.
And look at what Vrabel's done in 1 year.
And look what Ben Johnson's done in 1 year. Because this is the example I wanted to bring up too. Like, this is the best rookie class the Bears have had in a long, long time. Luther Burden, Kyle Monangai, Colston Loveland, Ozzie Trapillo. I'm missing one. I know I am. But because of Ben Johnson.
Yeah, yes, I was going to say because of Ben Johnson, because you could easily have those same players in 2 years ago under Eberflus, and they would all suck, and you would be saying this was a terrible draft class. Like the thing with Denver that's so great, you look at all these guys, it's like, how do we have, Denver leads the NFL in the amount of players that were voted to the Pro Bowl. They had 77 different votes for whatever it was. Like the next team was 67, and then there was 4 more teams until you get to 10, 12. We were in the 70s, and it's how do you get that much stars on one team? We drafted all of them. None of them were free agents that came in, but you can draft these guys, but it's on the coach in the team to develop them.
Exactly.
And we put a lot of attention into our player development. And that's why Nick Benito, we draft him and he's got all these raw talents, but Josh Allen, raw talent, but he didn't have great mechanics. He was a competitor. He was strong. He was fast. He had a big arm. And they figured out how to make him a quarterback. That's on the coaching staff. So I think there's been plenty of draft classes that maybe they weren't even bad drafts. We'll never know because they were never developed properly. They were never put in situations where they could actually be successful. Like all these guys the Bears have, you sound like me looking at our draft class. I can go through our draft class and be like, all these guys are on the field on Sunday. All these guys are playing a role. All of them. I mean, our entire team was built through the draft. And
that's why I think Mike Tomlin should get fired. I don't think he's a good enough coach. I think the reason him and Harbaugh, I think the reason why Harbaugh got fired and why Mike Tomlin has been on the hot seat for the last 3 years is one of the things that you have been preaching for, I think, since we started the show is defense. If you build your team strictly on defense, it's not going to work out. You need an offense. Could the Broncos be where they're at the number 1 seed without Bo Nix and Cortland Sutton and oh my God, I'm forgetting the tight end you guys just got.
RJ Harvey. Evan Ingram.
J.K. Dobbins. All these guys, don't get me wrong, the defense is an absolute monster. But can the defense score 30 plus points to beat the Giants in that fourth quarter? No, you can't. Do defenses win Super Bowls? I would agree that they are a huge part in that. But the defense cannot score 30 plus points against the Giants to win that game. The defense is not the only reason you guys won 11 games in a row. It's an offensive-minded league now. There's a reason why people are trying to get the next Mahomes. There's a reason why, you see a Caleb Williams and a Jaden Daniels and a Bo Nix and a Drake May being the first, being 6 quarterbacks in that draft being taken is because we know the defenses can stop offenses if they're very, very good, but they can't score points. They're not the offense. They have to score points. You can shut out another offense in a sense. The offense is going to get some. It doesn't matter because, they've scored on the Broncos defense. People have scored on the Texans defense. People have scored on the Pittsburgh Steelers defense, the Ravens. You can go down the line of all these good defenses that have lost games.
Yeah, I mean,
because of offenses. But that's why Harbaugh and Tomlin are where they are right now, because they are kind of somewhat in the past, kind of what you were saying earlier. There's things that are happening now that are no longer happening.
Because like you said, in order to be a true Super Bowl team, you have to be able to win in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And like when I made a short on what was it? I think it was like a month and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I said Denver is the only team in the NFL that is top 5 or top 10 in rushing yards and passing yards and total yards per game. That is also top 10 in passing yards allowed, and rushing yards allowed, and total yards allowed.
And that's why you're number 1 seed in the AFC.
So there was 3 teams that were like in 3 of those categories, but missing 1. It was Seattle, and then there was Green Bay, and then it was just us. And it's like, that is why we were able to win against the Texans, who are the best defense in the NFL, and then the next week go on the road to Dallas, or play Dallas at home, who had the most yards per game, and beat Dallas. And it's like, so let's say you're a team that loves to run the football. We can beat you. Let's say you're a team that likes to throw it 50 times. We can win. Let's say you're a terrible defense. We can throw 4 touchdown passes in the first half on you. So like, the ability to maneuver like the game script, depending on whatever it is that you don't do well. See, nobody can do that to Denver, though. Like, nobody can say, like, okay, obviously, like Buffalo, we're going to run the football on them because they're the worst run defense. Like, we don't have that, like, glaring weakness. So when you build a team that has a great defense, but it doesn't have a good offense, there's a problem with that. Because when you go up against a team that has a really great offense, you're basically saying, well, if we hold them under 21 points, we'll win. If we don't, we're not going to. That's not that comforting. You want to be able to say, that's obviously our number 1 plan, to hold them under 20 points. But if it's one of those games where they're finding a way to do it, they return a punt, something like that, a pick 6, something that doesn't even involve our defense, we need to know that our offense has the ability to go out there and put points up on the board. And that is why the Texans don't have people saying they're obviously going to the Super Bowl, because why would a team that is as good as they are on defense not be the favorite? Look at them tonight. They made the Steelers defense look like the Texans defense.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't until 4 minutes were left that they got points, and 2 of those touchdowns were defensive touchdowns, which is like, of course they were. It's the Texans, right? So what's going to happen when the Texans have to play a team like New England next week? And New England's like, hey, we're going to score 24. Is CJ Stroud going to be able to have more than, 150 passing yards? What did he have today? I mean, it was awful. So, like, you can't build teams to just be like, oh, we're just going to be defense and run the football. And it's just not the way the NFL is anymore. As far as Harbaugh and Tomlin go, like, I think the only weird thing about this, because as easy it is to throw them in one category, and they're even in the same division, they had like the same long tenure, they both have a ring. The one big difference is, like, one of these guys had Lamar Jackson, and Lamar Jackson might be the most talented quarterback in the history of the sport, and also had Derrick Henry. And the other guy, is like Jalen Warren, Kenneth Walker, and like Mason Rudolph. And it's like that to me, although it's easy because it feels like they're the same guy and they're in the same situation, one of them has like massively underperformed, I think, with what he's been given. And this is like when Denver fired John Fox after making it 2 years in a row as the 1 seed, hosting playoff games. and then going to an AFC Championship game, even going to a Super Bowl and losing to the Seahawks, and then we fired him, and it's like, you can get fired after doing all that? And then Gary Kubiak comes in, and we win the Super Bowl in his one and only year with us. And it's like, yeah, because that's what we should have been doing those last 3 years. And that's what just happened to Harbaugh. It's like, no, the playoffs, the accolades, it's all there, but you should have been doing more. You shouldn't have just been really good. You should have been great, and you should have had maybe 2 rings by now. And Mike Tomlin, I don't know if you could say, like, with the players he's had, like, he should, in the last 5 years, have at least gone to 1 Super Bowl.
But you can say with the players that he's had, you can say that because he is the head coach and is still responsible for personnel decisions as well as personnel development. Also, right. Okay. Harbaugh had shitty luck in the playoffs, but also that does come down to him and his offensive play caller, because I think Tomlin and Harbaugh are both defensive guys, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Harbaugh,
and the drop by Likely and the fumble by Lamar.
Exactly. So I understand the difference you're saying. Like, one guy had massive talent, but why did he have talent? Because as a head coach, you were making those decisions. Whereas Tomlin as well, I'm not trying to say that Harbaugh is better than Tomlin, but Tomlin has the same decision-making ability and yet has not made a divisional round since 2017. Whereas Harbaugh, with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry and the triumvirate of running backs he had before Derrick Henry and those Isaiah Likely's, your Mark Andrews, your I forget his name, Zay Flowers, wide receivers type of guys, they have gone to divisional rounds. They've gone to conference championships back in 23. They have won more than 9 games in plenty of seasons versus Mike Tomlin and the Steelers. And like I said earlier, at least with the Ravens, you're not getting the same exact team over and over and over. Are they winning Super Bowls? No. And you're right. If you're not winning Super Bowls and you have all this talent, then I think there's a lack of talent in the coaching room. But Tomlin is in my opinion being like, well, we got TJ Watt and we got Cameron Hayward and we got these dogs on defense.
We focused on other needs.
Yeah, we'll focus on, let's
offensive
bring in Aaron Rodgers as a quarterback.
defense.
Yeah, you see what I mean? And it's like, oh yeah, I'm good with winning 9 and 10 games and getting a wild card, but exiting in the wild card round every year.
And they're picking too late.
And they're picking too late. And exactly. Why weren't they in the running for some of these free agents?
If I was the Steelers head coach, the first thing I would have done, I would have said, who's the most valuable person we have in this team? TJ Watt. Okay. Call Denver, tell them we have TJ Watt and 2 first-round picks. We want to pick at 7 or 6.
I don't know about 2 first-round picks, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
I mean, one of them is this year's, and then you're just giving next year's away.
Yeah, but you're also giving TJ Watt an all-pro.
Here's the point.
You're not going to make that deal. I know what you're saying, though. I know what you're saying. Sorry.
Is not going to win. He's not going to win you a Super Bowl, and neither is Myles Garrett. And this is what these defensive guys don't seem to understand.
Yep. Josh
Allen, he will probably, I believe, win a Super Bowl. I hope not this year, but he will at some point.
Yeah.
And Bradley Chubb won't win you a Super Bowl.
Exactly.
But that's what they want. They want that. And I think if you don't have a franchise quarterback, you don't have a foundation. It's like you're trying to build a house on soft ground. You're not even on solid ground, and you're trying to build, and you're like, yeah, but look, we got new carpet. And it's like when it rains, the whole thing's going under.
Exactly.
And there's no reason for the Steelers not to have at some point. And it's weird because as a fan, what do you even do with this? Like, why do you look back now 5 years and go, why haven't we tried one time Like the GM, the owner, nobody. Why has everybody been okay with Mason Rudolph and Russell Wilson and Justin Fields?
Exactly.
Like, why has this just been acceptable for this long?
And who made the decision to go with Russ after Justin Fields started 4-2 and completely killed his confidence?
Was trying to play like, hey, I know like they did you dirty. Let me like come by your side and and it's like, no, like no, nobody did him dirty. He can't play. That's it.
I truly believe, the more we talk about it, I truly believe that the Steelers still would have probably won 10 games with Justin Fields as the starter after that 4-2 start. I don't see. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, and possibly more. Don't get me wrong. Russ had some really good games in there, but
one against the Giants where he threw like 600 yards. Remember?
Okay. Yeah, exactly. So, and it's like, did the defense help him out? Yeah. So why did you go and start Justin Fields 4-2 and then go, hey, good job, champ. Our Super Bowl champ from 12 years ago is going to take your place. Oh, by the way, that same guy who's taking your place, his time in Denver was absolute dog shit, so much that they were willing to eat so much money off his contract to give him to us for $1 million. They're paying 98%
$85 million of dead cap.
And
money.
It's like, Tomlin, what? You've got Justin Fields, a guy who just led you to 4-2, who is still a young guy. And not to say that Justin Fields is this franchise quarterback. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is you killed this kid's confidence for a guy who 98% of his salary is being paid by another team to play against that team. What? Like this is why I think Steelers fans are frustrated, because he makes these decisions just like last year, and he makes the decision to bring in Aaron Rodgers. And at the time, Aaron Rodgers, sure, probably gave you a bump, but you decided to let go of George Pickens, who had a phenomenal year with the Cowboys. You brought in DK Metcalf, who is arguably, towards, going down in his career. He's already, in my opinion, he's already reached his peak, right? And your answer at quarterback is a 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, and your answer at running back is Jalen Warren Gainwell,
with Shedeur Sanders on the board
and
for 4 rounds.
Yeah. This is why I think Tomlin should get fired. And honestly, I think Steelers fans would agree with me. And I'm not saying that you're disagreeing with me. I just think that
No, I don't disagree with you. And if he was fired, tonight,
it wouldn't be too bad much of a surprise.
Wouldn't be like, damn, they did it.
Yeah.
Like when Vrabel was fired, I was like, they're done. Like they're done.
100%. That was the dumbest move ever.
Pete Carroll surprised me, but I didn't think it was wrong either. But
yeah, same.
This wouldn't surprise me, nor would I think it was wrong. But unique in the way that, and yeah, maybe it is on Mike Tomlin, that they haven't had a quarterback. But I just think, whatever coach would have been here for the last 4 years, I believe that the results would have been worse. And that's what's strange about it is like, I think Mike Tomlin was the best coach possible for these teams, but it's his fault that these teams were that bad to begin with.
Yep.
But it's like almost if he had a good GM that could help him and get him like the right guys,
I feel like you're still trying to blame the GM.
Well, ultimately, I do blame the GM more than anybody for not drafting the right players, because like
I get it. That's your
It would be like, look, if you go into a restaurant and you're getting shitty service, it's very easy to go to the floor manager and be like, the buck is supposed to stop with you. But the general manager is, it depends what you're upset about. In this case, let's say it's the the food comes out, okay, and the food it doesn't taste good, and everybody wants to get mad at the floor manager.
Okay, yep.
And the general manager is trying to save money, and he's buying shitty fish. And it's like, yeah, but you're the floor manager. You know, like you should be the first one to tell the GM, you know, that this fish is inadequate.
Exactly.
But it's like at the end of the day, the GM knows what he's doing, or he's supposed to. He's purposely buying a bad product, putting it on the table, and he's hoping that the floor man, he's honestly, it's hard to know without knowing, like, how much is Mike Tomlin, like, what if Mike Tomlin's just running the whole show? Because like
what I'm saying, like, I feel like after almost 20 years as the head coach,
Sean Payton doesn't even make his own draft picks like that. Like,
yeah, but Sean Payton is like a Super Bowl winning coach, and
that's what I'm saying. Like, he should be, right? But even him and George, like, but they're very open about how they go about it on draft day. And like, Sean's like, I like this guy. And George is like, I like this guy. And there's like plenty of times where like you can tell, like, oh, that was a George. Like, George wanted this guy. Yeah. And Sean's like, I really like this guy. And okay, we agree on this guy. But it's a collective effort. And then there are times where it's just like George Payton is just like, I'm sorry, I like this guy. We're getting him. Like, that's why I'm the GM, you know? So, but I wouldn't be shocked. Like New England, Pittsburgh, I wouldn't be shocked if Pittsburgh's another New England where it's like, they've just said, Tomlin, you're in charge of all of it. But like, coaches are not, just because they're great coaches doesn't mean they're great GMs. Just because John Elway's a great coach or football player doesn't mean he was great at getting us a good quarterback. Like, he tried so long to draft a good quarterback, couldn't figure it out. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I think people assume, like, if you're going to be a good coach, well, then you have to be a good GM. And that's just, like, not always true. And it's not only is it not always true, it's not really, like, the job title. Like, if you're the coach, I believe it's your job. Like, if you're a good GM, that's kind of a bonus because you can evaluate talent. But that's why you're supposed to have a team of scouts and evaluators and general managers. And then really they're supposed to give you the players, and then you're supposed to take that team. And I think for us as the fans, we end up making the head coach the face of it all. Like, everything's on Tomlin and everything's on, but look at Sirianni. I mean, look what his GM's doing. Do you think Sirianni could pull this shit off? This guy can't even not fight with the other guys on the, you know, the crowd. But, you know, Howie Roseman is very good at what he does. And that's why Sirianni continues to get fed these really great players. And even then, he still needs great coordinators, you know, to prop him up. But I feel like with Tomlin, and it's weird to say, like, he just needs help. And when you say it like that, it sounds like, well, then he's not good enough. But if he's only a head coach, I feel like he needs help, but not in like a way where it's like, because he's a bad coach. I don't think he needs help coaching. I think he needs somebody that is actually like Howie Roseman, George Payton, Ben Johnson. I think he needs that type of help in the organization. And maybe someone to be like, no, we're not getting these guys. Tomlin, look, listen, we're not getting these guys because those guys aren't going to help us win a Super Bowl. We're going to get these guys because, look, that's a franchise quarterback. All right, I know you like this defensive lineman from Rutgers. We're going to go with this guy. And Tomlin's going to need to, like, be put in his place. And I think if it were me and I was like, hey, we're going to have to make some changes. I'm not firing you necessarily, but we're going to need you for a 2-year contract to step back from personnel decisions. We're bringing in a different general manager, somebody that you don't have control over, right? And we're going to see if we can start bringing in some actual talent, because I feel like everything's been put on Mike Tomlin. And obviously he's not a great GM. He's not. But
he's just not a good. Yeah, he's not good at identifying.
Yeah, he's not. He's just not. But that's another debate. Is like, is it a head coach's job to be a good evaluator of talent, a good scout, or is it his job to be a good coach? I think Mike Tomlin is a really great coach, maybe one of the best in the league. I just think he's not.
There.
Well, of course, because he hasn't had the best teams, and that's why they keep getting bounced, and that's where our opinions come from. But I think look, when Mike Tomlin did have loaded teams, he went to Super Bowls. We know this. And then we have this sample size now of him not having a good team, and they don't go to Super Bowls. But look at how the players.
They don't
Ryan
even go to
Clark,
divisional rounds, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I just think they just haven't had the right team to make a real run. And I don't even think that that's necessarily like 100% on Tomlin. But I know, like, from just Ryan Clark, Troy Polamalu, like all these like honorary Steelers, like they talk about Tomlin like he's like one of the best leaders of men. I think that's exactly what they call him, like a leader of men. Like he's lead by example type of person. He's just not a good scout. And
here's what I'll say though, real quick about. Let's play this hypothetical. Tomlin gets fired. If I'm being honest with you, I don't think he gets hired this coaching cycle. I know there's the Cardinals job.
The Raiders would hire him immediately.
Raiders, the Ravens, obviously, but that's not going to happen.
No.
And there's like 8 job openings right now. I think.
You don't think he would get hired?
If the Raiders hire him, look, I'm not saying that it would be the worst hire that the Raiders have ever had. I'm just saying I don't think that fan base would be very happy. I don't think so either. I just don't think so. I think Harbaugh
okay with Pete Carroll, so that makes me think they would be happy.
Yeah, but Pete Carroll was coming off of like his Seattle day. You know what I mean? Like
it feels like they're kind of similar situation. Pete Carroll and Tomlin.
Okay, yeah, totally. I'll give you that. I'll give you that for sure. And yet Pete Carroll's fired. So
yeah. I didn't think he was a great hire, but like so many people did, and Raiders loved it. So I just think they would like Tomlin. I'll put it in the Reddit Raiders thing. Like, how would you guys feel about Tomlin if he's available? And I'll share whatever they say. I don't know.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah. Here's the thing. I think Harbaugh, will get hired immediately. I think Kevin Stefanski will get hired immediately. If another hypothetical, if LaFleur gets fired, I think he'll be hired immediately.
I think Mike McDaniels will too.
I think Mike McDaniels will get hired as a coordinator. I don't think he's going to get another head coaching position. At least not yet. I think he's going to follow in the footsteps of Salah and Kingsbury. Yes, exactly. I think he's going to follow in those footsteps. Hey, let me go back to coordinating. Go learn from what I did as a head coach, and then in 1, 2, 3 years, I'll see what my prospects are. I don't think Mike Tomlin will be one of the first names off the board, like Stefanski, like Harbaugh, like LaFleur. Again, if LaFleur gets fired, I think honestly, I think Jeff Hafley from the Packers will get hired before Tomlin as a head coach. If I'm
Vance Joseph, the Broncos defensive coordinator, he's got 7 interviews already lined up.
I think Vance Joseph has a much better shot than Tomlin, and even to an extent, oh my God, I'm forgetting his name. He's the Bears defensive backs coach. He was a cornerback for the Packers for the longest time.
Oh
my God, I'm so mad that I'm forgetting his name.
Al Harris.
Al Harris. Thank you. I think he's going to have some prospects after this year. I don't know if I honestly don't know if a D-backs coach will get hired as a head coach. I think he'll get hired first as a defensive coordinator before a head coaching position. And I think that's just kind of the way it goes.
Yeah.
But I think Al Harris, sometimes I think Al Harris still would get hired as a coordinator before Tomlin gets another head coaching job.
Al Harris could make that like jump pass coordinator. Because
you think so?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The Broncos quarterback coach Davis Webb, there's a lot of chatter about him. He's the quarterback's coach, not even the offensive coordinator.
Wow.
There's a lot of chatter about him being a head coach candidate because of, obviously everything with Bo Nix, but all the things that the quarterbacks that have worked with him, they're like, this guy's a genius. Like, this guy really is like the real deal.
Yeah. Either way, it's going to be exciting because not only do you and I have a playoff game to look forward to, we have got right now, I believe it is 8 head coaching vacancies that are going to be filled. Kevin Stefanski, Harbaugh are out there right now, which, by the way, Kevin Stefanski was a crazy one, but we'll touch more on it later this week when we do our NFL nightcap. But
so your whole thing, just in case we wake up tomorrow, Mike Tomlin is fired.
I believe he should be. Yeah.
You believe he should be. And, did you have any rebuttal to like the whole thing with the coach not being directly responsible for, acquiring talent, kind of like how Philly has like, everybody has their job. And
yes, but I don't think we should be naive enough to believe that the coach has their only responsibility is to develop talent. I think the NFL fans as a whole should not be naive enough to believe that they don't have a say in personnel decisions in terms of draft and in terms of free agents and in terms of undrafted free agents. I think the head coach, whether it is your first year or your damn near 20th year, I don't think that we should be naive enough to think that they are not in these conversations and have a big say.
No, they have
in who they should acquire. But that's what I'm saying. That's what the influence, yes, but also a say in
that's even more damning though to the GM, because it's like if I'm if I'm just doing a bad job, it's like a good GM is going to step in and be like, we need a quarterback. What are you talking about?
But what if the GM's a bad one?
Exactly. And that's like what I think is really going on with Pittsburgh. And
that's the coach. Yeah.
Well, the coach doesn't hire the GM.
Well, okay. So let's take this quick example, right? John Elway wanted to take Josh Allen. And let's say
he was a bad
the
GM.
Broncos.
That's why he didn't intervene and do what I'm suggesting.
Sure, but let's say the Broncos didn't have a good offensive line. Does that directly affect the Josh Allen type of quarterback? It does, right? In a negative way. So if the Broncos, again, hypothetical, don't have a good offensive line, Josh Allen is getting hit every single game, and he just can't get plays off. He's not developing enough because the coach maybe is not the right one, and the GM picked him because he liked him and he liked his raw talents. That player is out of the league possibly in 4 or 5 years and possibly just a backup at that point, right? Because that's always been the thing with your Mitch Trubisky's, with your Justin Fields. Well, if he had a line and if he had a better coaching staff,
Sam Darnold.
Yeah. And it's Baker Mayfield. Who's making the decisions there? The bad coach and the bad GM, or the good GM and the bad coach, or the good coach and the bad GM?
It comes together because it's like, hey, this is our philosophy for a good coach. I mean, a good quarterback, but in order for him to be a good quarterback, we have to have a good line. That's why Ben Johnson, Sean Payton, they come in, the first thing they do, get the offensive line figured out.
Exactly.
So like, and that involves personnel. We need an O-line, so we need to, free agent, draft, whatever. But so it is like, it is on Mike Tomlin to a certain extent, because like, if you're going to have, like when Sean came in, honestly, it felt like he was the GM. And like, it took the Broncos being very intentional about letting us know that George Payton has a job here, because it seemed like Sean is just smart enough to like know what he wants, evaluate his own guys. Like Bo Nix was Sean's guy. No one ever said George Payton's guy was Bo, right? It was always Sean's guy was Bo.
Exactly.
So like, I've never heard Mike Tomlin like even fall in love with a prospect.
Honestly, the Broncos don't pick Bo at 11, and he's probably a second-round quarterback.
Maybe.
Honestly.
I mean, yeah. Maybe.
That's what everybody was saying.
That's what they were all saying.
Look at what Shadur was, the second quarterback off the board
until 5 years goes by, and then people lie and
these
say
mock drafts.
Oh no, we were going to pick him at 15 if the Broncos. Yeah,
exactly.
Sure, we believe you. But yeah, Mike Tomlin's definitely. I think it's time. I do think it's time.
Mm-hmm. I think Pittsburgh Steelers fans think it's time too.
It just sucks that
20 years. I'm sorry, but that's a lot. That's a lot.
It just the only thing that sucks is that from Ben Roethlisberger's final 3 years till now, it's never felt like the Steelers have had like a top 10 guy under center.
No,
and
never.
I guess that's on the coach, but whenever you have that long of a vacancy at the position, I think there's a lot of dirty hands involved.
And that's what I was going to say to kind of wrap it all up. I know I'm putting a lot on Tomlin here, but at the end of the day, it is an organizational problem.
Yes,
and
I think it is like the
top to bottom. So
I think they got to clean it all, gut it all out.
I hope you guys enjoyed this conversation Kyle and I were having. It was a good one. I think we covered a lot of ground, but it's playoff football. We've got our matches set. Saturday, Broncos. Sunday, Bears.
5 days.
In 5 days, we're going to be streaming Broncos against the Bills, and then Bears hosting the Rams on Sunday. So I hope everybody's excited. Thanks to everybody who was here. This was an awesome stream. Great conversations were being had. Thank you again for everyone that was here. And Kyle, always a good time, brother.
Always a good time.